Good morning, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA now as we await things resuming in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Florida for the sentencing trial of Parkland school shooter Nikolas Cruz. This is going to be day 2 of the jury's deliberations. We began, ended yesterday with the jury requesting to examine the AR-15 used in that shooting in 2018. Protocol, as we understand it, the attempt was to establish a protocol for that to be a safe thing for the jury to have this morning in the jury deliberation room. And now, set to begin day 2 of deliberations, again, in a Florida courtroom. Live on WFLA Now, our stream schedule coming together. As our audience begins to file in on YouTube Live, JB here with you live in the Stream Center. Our streaming coverage coming together here at WFLA Now as we await day 2 of jury deliberations in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for the Parkland school shooter Nikolas Cruz, the sentencing trial that has been taking place over the last couple of months. The fate of the shooter could be decided today. Again, the jury requesting to examine the AR-15 that was used, and a protocol was said to be established for that to happen today. We'll have, of course, full coverage coming your way here on WFLA Now. Good morning to our audience on YouTube Live on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. JB here with you live in the Stream Center as we get underway with day 2 of deliberations from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Again, the Parkland school shooters sentencing trial. A bit of perhaps just something to give you a little bit of a smile this morning. Joining us in the Stream Center, meteorologist Lee Span's wonderful pup, Pickles, who is sniffing behind me. Maybe our audience can see Pickles. Pickles tail is wagging. I don't know if Pickles knows that he is on camera. But, of course, we are there's Pickles as Lee comes into the picture. We are, of course, launching our live streaming coverage across all platforms but right now, as far as the live shot, of course, we're zoomed in on the seal here. So we're going to be here with you live throughout the day as we await a verdict in this sentencing trial. And we'll, of course, answer your questions out of the YouTube Live, Facebook Live, social media comment section using hashtag HeyJB. And good morning. Let's just go over to our YouTube Live comment section and say good morning to our audience, wherever you're watching from. Not seeing too many comments yet. People still filing into our comment section. And we'll, of course, bring in, of course, our guests over the course of the day to break down the developments, what is occurring as far as the jury deliberations. Again, ending day 1 of deliberations with a request for an examination of the gun in the jury deliberation room. Protocol, as I understand it, was established, and that protocol paving the way for the jury to be able to examine the firearm this morning. So as we say hello to our YouTube Live audience, we're launching WFLA Now across all platforms as day 2 of deliberations officially underway in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Again, saying hello and good morning to our audience wherever you're watching from. JB here with you live in the WFLA Now Stream Center as we are awaiting, again, developments out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida for the Parkland school shooters trial, a sentencing trial that has been going on for 30-plus days in court and now getting a little bit closer to a final decision. Or final is in quotes because, of course, the appeals process is expected to be lengthy should this yield a result of execution of a death penalty for the shooter in this case. But we're here live, and we're going to maintain our shot, of course, our feed here on the right side of your screen. This is the courtroom camera shots, zoomed in on the seal. And we also have audio at full blast, so it's muted right now. If there is any activity in the courtroom, any movement of the camera, any chatter, stuff like that, you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to hear it. So that's why we have this seal up on your screen. For a moment, again, just want to honor the 17 victims. Remember them, their names and faces here on your screen. This has been a nightmare that will really never end for the Parkland families, ones who have been very, very vocal as far as gun laws in this country, what has to happen in the future, in their opinion, and doing everything that they can to honor the memory of their loved ones. Again, all 17 of them here on your screen, and also let's not forget about the 17 injured in this shooting as well. A terrible, terrible, tragic, and evil occurrence that occurred on February 14th, 2018. So we'll stay here with you live, folks, with the signal. And I'll just start to say hello to some of our YouTube Live commenters who are coming in. You can use hashtag KJB to get my attention out of the YouTube Live comment section. I see that we've got Scotty, we've got Karina, Chris, Marissa, Heidi, Caitlin, Sweena, James, and others joining us in the YouTube Live comment section. We can animate your comments on screen if it has one of the hashtags on our screen. In this case, with just myself to begin our coverage, it's just hashtag AJB. Mahsa will be joining us. We have other guests who are going to be coming in, experts who are going to be coming in and providing us with analysis, legal analysis of what has transpired as far as the prosecution making their case, the defense making their defense, and the defense, they cut their plan somewhat short, if you will. Only 25 of the 80 witnesses that they had actually testified. They only called 25 of the 80 on the witness list. So we, of course, had a lengthy case presented by the state, an abbreviated one by the defense. Some of the Parkland families favored the death penalty and have voiced their support for that. Others just flat out against capital punishment and have been bracing for a life without the possibility of parole sentence. So saying hello to, I believe we had Ava in our comment section yesterday. Good morning, Ava. Let's bring up our interactive comments and populate those on screen. Give us a second. Let's see here. So now I should be able to bring up your comments on screen, I hope. Let's try that again. There it is. Ava says, hashtag HeyJB, good morning. Good morning to you, and to Flowers, and to Deborah, and others in our comment section. Again, we can animate your comments on screen if it has one of our on-screen hashtags. In this case, for just me this morning to begin our coverage, it's just hashtag HeyJB. So, day 2 of deliberations. Beginning for the jury. And Nick Rose here, hashtag HeyJB, why did they ask for the gun? This is a big question that we really don't know. Now, we talked about some of the most plausible reasons as to why the jury might be requesting the gun, why they want it. There's some out there who believe that the reason is because we had some comments featured on screen. So I'm sampling some of your ideas as to why they want the gun back in the jury deliberation room. There's a couple of different, very plausible reasons as to why the jurors want to feel the gun in their hands. One idea that was put forth by our commenters was because there might be members of the jury that don't see eye to eye with the rest of the jury. And it might be to bring the emotional weight of this decision into clearer focus by physically holding that item in their hand. That's one idea, is that maybe this will sway the opinion of a juror or two. Another reason, Davo, one of our commenters yesterday, Okay, so we're being told that a verdict has been reached. Folks, stand by for breaking news coverage. Stand by. Good morning to you folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. We have just received word and news is beginning to trickle out in South Florida. And this is what we talked about a little bit yesterday as far as how the news reaches us in the media. Word is starting to get out that the jury has reached a verdict this morning very early into day 2 of deliberations, not even really an hour in to day 2 of deliberations. Again, not too soon, or excuse me, not too far after, rather. Of course, the jury requesting to examine the AR-15. There was a lot of commotion, a lot of talk online as to why the jury wanted to examine the gun, whether or not it might have been, and some of our commenters have been saying, maybe the gun was used as a final piece of evidence to examine before they, of course, come to the conclusion that they inevitably were going to come to at some point over the next 48 hours, or really at the end of this sentencing phase of the trial. So we're here with you live on WFLA Now. We have full coverage coming your way with guests. Mahsa Saeidi is going to be joining us here momentarily. On the right side of your screen, this is a live feed, and we're going to stay with the live feed here with you as a result, again, of a verdict being reached, a sentence being determined. And again, It's for 17 counts for the 17 deaths on, again, February 14th of 2018, Valentine's Day, when the Marjory Stoneman Douglas shooting took place in Parkland, Florida. And so it has to be unanimous. So let's remind our audience, for the 17 individual counts, it has to be unanimous amongst the 12 jurors. So as we understand it, we're hearing that 10:30 might be the rough estimated time as to when the verdict is going to be read aloud. Of course, it is going to be a moment that carries so much emotional weight for the Parkland community and for none more than those families that lost loved ones on February 14th of 2018. So if you're just joining us, coverage launching here on WFLA Now. We'll get to some of the comments coming in. Stephanie Parker, hashtag KJB, I'm surprised but not shocked the jury didn't take too long. Look, this is less than 24 hours of deliberations. And Mahsa, Saeidi, and myself were talking about this on stream yesterday, how if you're the jury and you've been living through this trial and having quite literally a front row seat to all the evidence being presented, the video being played back, you very likely have been leaning one way or another, either for the death penalty or against it over the last several weeks. It's only natural. It's only human nature to, over the course of a trial, begin to form an idea as to which way you are leaning, or not even leaning. Before they even reached the jury deliberation room, there might have been some jurors, or a majority of jurors perhaps, that felt very, very sure of their decision, even ahead of jury deliberations taking place, and just wanted to clarify some final points before they rendered their final decision or their final vote as a member of the 12-person jury. That 12-person jury, again, made up of, and I have it here, the 12-person jury, which again, it has to be unanimous, is made up of 5 women and 7 men, and they are tasked with, again, 17 verdicts for the 17 victims on that day. The shooter in this case, he, of course, entered a guilty plea in 2021, and that skipped ahead right to the penalty phase, the sentencing phase of the trial. The trial in and of itself has really and largely been encapsulated by the sentencing phase. So that's because we didn't really have much doubt at all, any doubt at all, of course, that that the person in question is responsible for the shooting that day. So if you're just finding us online, don't go anywhere, because we do have verdict coverage coming your way here on WFLA Now, and we are going to be spotlighting your comments. Mr. Vista says, hashtag KJB, did they get to see the gun? As I understand it, they did get to examine the firearm. And it's Marissa says, hashtag KJB, it seems the firearm examination really helped the jury determine their decision. We had a commenter yesterday, and others as well, that commented saying that they believed that the gun was just the final thing that the jury wanted to see before they cemented their decision and rendered it and had it prepared for, of course, to be read aloud in the courtroom here today. So as we prepare for verdict coverage, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to be taking a step away for a quick moment. The live stream isn't going anywhere, but I'm going to be taking a quick step away because we have to prepare our stream across all social media platforms. And so I'm going to be working with our team here behind the scenes to get everything ready for, again, we're delivering this moment, this very significant moment to audiences across a lot of different social media platforms. We are launching WFLA Now across all social media platforms, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back here in just a moment on WFLA Now. Again, to our audience, we're launching live streaming coverage across all platforms. Stand by for, again, verdict coverage on WFLA Now. Video has now been restored out of the courtroom. This is live from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as family members filing in a 10:30 decision expected to be read aloud in the courtroom.
Test us. Test us.
That audio, by the way, folks, was from the Courtroom feed, and it continues to be. Not sure where that is coming from, but that is on the Courtroom feed we just confirmed. Again, live streaming coverage coming your way here in a few minutes. Our live streaming coverage begins in approximately 5 minutes on WFLA Now. Good morning to you folks. JB here with you live in the Stream Center as we now start to begin our live streaming coverage, verdict coverage from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Let's go back to the live feed and show you inside the courtroom. Family members, friends, loved ones, the Parkland community filing into the courtroom here. You can see a look of relief on the faces of several as we anticipate a verdict being read in the Parkland school shooting sentencing trial at 10:30 Eastern time. So that is approximately 20 minutes from now. And this is a relatively quick verdict considering the length of the sentencing phase of this trial. So JB here with you live, and we're going to take your comments out of the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section as we interact with you here on WFLA Now. We do interactive coverage here, meaning that we bring you into the conversation, we answer your questions, but also make sure that your voice is heard in regards to, again, a story that has devastated and brought a nightmare to life for the Parkland community. A day that was 4.5 years ago, February 14th, Valentine's Day 2018, when Nikolas Cruz carried out a methodically planned event, a terrible event of evil inside Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, executing 17 people, shooting them, some of them just because they gave him a look that he didn't agree with, injuring 17 more. And over the, of course, last couple of months, we've been hearing some of the heartbreaking testimony from what exactly occurred that day. Jurors seeing the video that was not available to the public, video that shows the shooting taking place. It has been emotional, does not even begin to describe what this has been like over the last couple of months. But I can't help but notice as a journalist that there's a look of relief on a lot of faces in this courtroom right now because they know that a decision is about to be upon them. We have a 12-member jury that is going to read out for the 17 counts, all 17 counts, how the jurors rendered their decision on, again, whether or not it's going to be the death penalty in Florida, which would be by lethal injection or the electric chair, or if it is going to be life in prison without the possibility of parole. A decision coming this quickly likely leans one way versus the other without getting into too much speculation. However, the fact that we have a decision 24 hours into this, less than 24 hours into this, is extraordinarily notable and means that the jurors saw eye to eye, that there was a lot of agreement. Holdouts on a jury usually leads to an extended deliberation process and them trying to form a consensus rather than having a hung jury. A hung jury in this case would have meant life without the possibility of parole, life in prison. So the fact that we have all 12 seeing one way or the other leads you to believe that that this was something that the jury felt very strongly about and that there wasn't too much convincing that was required. The door shot here in the courtroom, they keep showing. Why? Because the Parkland school shooter is going to be entering the room here momentarily as we bring in our audience from WFLA.com, the WFLA app, and YouTube Live. To our folks joining us on YouTube Live, Lynette is asking, #KJB, is he going to be in the courtroom for the verdict? Absolutely, without question. And we do not have control over the cameras. However, it'll be interesting to see exactly what the camera shows when the verdict is being read aloud. But the verdict is expected to be read aloud over a lengthy period of time. It is not going to be, it is not going to be short. This is something, a moment that all of these family members have been anticipating for years, wanting. And look, Parkland families, some of them very, very vocal in support of the death penalty, some not believing in capital punishment. So how this exactly takes shape isn't 1,000,000% clear. But if there's one thing that we do know is that this is not going to be a short process as far as the verdict being read allowed. Again, you have 12 jurors, you have 17 counts, and this is going to be given the time that is, of course, expected as far as this monumental and massive legal decision in South Florida. We'll look for some of the comments coming in. If it has hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyMahsa, Mahsa is about to join us here, everybody. She just got into the newsroom a short time ago. So I'll look for some other comments. Yes, Sarah, we just answered this question as well. John C. says, sounds like the death penalty. I'll just leave that comment on screen and just allow that comment, as simple as it is, all 4 words of it, to just have its moment on our stream. And again, if it has a hashtag, I can use it. Otherwise, I just let your comment scroll on by. This is a very sensitive thing. And people, as far as having their name or username on a news live stream, we don't want to put anybody's comments on screen if they don't want their comments on screen. So that's why we have the hashtag system. I'm not going to read, well, this is kind of a unique username, but Mr. Slap, hashtag HeyJB, do you think that he will cry when he gets convicted? Look, Nikolas Cruz has been quite devoid of emotion throughout this process. I don't anticipate there being much of a change in that, but of course we'll all see. We will all see this unfold in about 15 minutes from now. I don't know the answer to this, Twinkles. Twinkles is asking, hashtag HeyJB, will he go to a different facility or another facility after the verdict? He will be, of course, still obviously held. But as far as where he is held, I don't believe that there's any difference as far as his holding cell. Tim Robertson, hashtag HeyJB, does the verdict have to be unanimous for a death penalty verdict? It most certainly does. It most certainly does. Lori just saying, look, shouldn't have been a question. As far as whether it should be the death penalty or not, that's Lori's opinion. Zachariah, we talked about this yesterday. Why did this take so long? The crime was committed years ago. We talked about some of the delays, COVID playing a part, but sometimes, look, our legal system gets backed up by various delays. Even Hurricane Ian causing 3 days of a delay as the trial was ongoing. So various reasons for the delay. Caleb Breen, hashtag HeyJB, I hope the families can finally begin to heal from this tragedy once justice is served. As we look here at some of the families, their heads down, I'm sure that they are on their, I would imagine that they're on their phones and looking and seeing just some of the massive internet response. The internet is a lens for the public at large. The consensus of your opinion is played out in social media in moments like this. This is one of those internet moments where everyone is going to be gravitated towards social media or towards the internet or towards their televisions for broadcast coverage to see how our legal system works. This is a prime example, and it's going to be on full display out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, showing how our legal system renders justice in the aftermath of somebody going into a school and killing students, 14 of them and 3 adults. How does our legal system, the checks and balances that exist in this country to punish those who commit heinous crimes, how does that work? How does our system work? Is it effective? Do you agree with how justice is being rendered in this case? It's going to be on full display. And your reaction, your opinion, your comments are going to be part of our coverage here as we are now officially 12 minutes away from the jury coming back into the newsroom. Or excuse me, not the newsroom, the courtroom. I'm used to saying newsroom because I work in a newsroom. In the courtroom, and the verdict will be read aloud in front of Judge Elizabeth Schur, in front of the convicted, and in front of the entire Parkland community in this courtroom right now. So, folks, we are going to take another brief break here momentarily as we begin to launch our live streaming coverage across all platforms. We're live on Facebook Live. We're live on YouTube Live. We're going to be live on, we're on TikTok. We're about to be live on Facebook. We're launching across all platforms so that we can gather as many of your comments as possible. And we are going to be, I think we're going to be putting out a poll. Do you agree with the decision? Do you agree? It's just that simple. Do you agree with whatever sentence it is? And that poll will have the results on your screen, and we'll look and we'll examine those results and talk about them. But again, a very, very significant moment for, of course, the Parkland community. This is when they finally get an answer, and a significant moment for our legal system in Florida and beyond. How does our legal system treat somebody who methodically plans out a shooting inside of a school, carries out that plan with near precision, guns down 14 students and 3 adults, injuring 17 more before being caught? How does our legal system treat somebody who does something so incredibly evil? We're about to find out. Again, live coverage coming your way here on WFLA Now. Verdict to be read in approximately 10 minutes.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here is JB Biunno.
We are moments away from the answer Parkland has waited 4.5 years for. A jury has reached a verdict in the sentencing trial for the person who claimed the lives of 14 students, 3 adults at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Hey there, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now. If you're just filing in to the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or TikTok Live comment section, good morning to you. After really a day of deliberating, less than 24 hours, really, we have a verdict. The jury is going to be reading that verdict coming up here at 10:30 Eastern Time. That is 6 minutes from now. So if you're just getting here in our comment section, you haven't missed anything. The Parkland community, loved ones of those who were lost, 14 students, 3 adults that day at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2018. They have filed in. They are here, the Parkland community, awaiting this decision. Again, a verdict has been reached. We're going to, of course, have interactive coverage here and bring your comments into our coverage and feature your comments as to what you think of the sentence. Will it be, again, the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole? As I've been noting here on stream, there appears to have been look, as far as speaking relatively, the looks on the faces of the loved ones of the Parkland victims in this courtroom, there has been a look of relief on many of their faces in large part in comparison to what we have seen, of course, over the last couple of months as the trial has been taking place. I want to bring in my colleague now. This is Aid on Your Side, Investigator Mahsa Saeidi, who, of course, Mahsa, you're a former New York City prosecutor. You understand the gravity of this moment, a significant moment taking place. And what do you make of the jury reaching a decision less than 24 hours before, or after, rather, deliberations began?
As we were discussing yesterday, it's hard to know what these 12 men and women were thinking throughout, the sentencing phase of this trial. I don't want to make a guess. We don't know what they're going to find in this case. Should this shooter, this person who has pleaded guilty to murdering 14 children and 3 adults, what is the appropriate punishment in this case? And his fate is now in the hands of the jury. And I don't want to, guess what the verdict is going to be, JB, but I'm going to be right here with you as that verdict is read. And obviously this is such a tense and emotional moment, first and foremost with the victims' family members. I mean, think about what these people have endured, living without their child, having lost their child in such a horrific way, for years having to deal with that loss, for months sitting right there in that courtroom, listening to every horrific detail over and over again, watching the videos, watching their child be gunned down and murdered, looking at the autopsy pictures, listening to classmates describe just the fear and the terror, listening to the words of this shooter. And yes, I'm not saying his name on purpose. As we discussed yesterday, today is about the victims and their family members. So what is justice going to look like here? So I'm here with you, JB. Don't want to make any prediction. But I told you yesterday, when they requested to see that weapon, I thought perhaps...
Coming into the courtroom now, Mahsa, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. Let's just go full screen here really quickly. Here is the Parkland school shooter, glasses, mask on, as he is escorted to his seat, as he is now moments away from learning of a verdict. A look of surprise on his face there as he learned something there from his counsel that, again, of course, being led by Melissa McNeil. Really quickly, folks, I want to bring in, before Mahsa, you and I are going to be here for this live stream, and also joining us here live on stream as well. Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know. Peter, good to have you back on the program. I know that we only have about 30 or so seconds before we get courtroom audio back, and we'll go full screen for our audience so that they can hear the verdict being read aloud. But what's your analysis of the verdict being reached less than 24 hours after deliberations began?
Hey, JB, how's it going? Hey, Mahsa. Thanks for having me on here. I think that I'm really surprised at how quick it happened. I figured it would happen before the weekend, potentially on Friday. To me, I think this indicates death, but it's hard to tell in these kinds of cases. And I know making predictions is all that is, right? We don't know what the jury discussed. We don't know exactly what they were thinking. I think viewing the weapon was an indication of death. I think how quickly it happened was an indication of death, but we'll see. You know, we'll see. Maybe they went in there and they all agreed, no, there's not enough here. He's too young. He has these deficiencies. But that's what I think it indicates if I was going to give a prediction of what I think the verdict's going to be.
Peter, as soon as courtroom audio comes back, I'm going to be quiet and we'll mute all of our audio and listen in. But really quickly, there was a lot of commotion online yesterday that the jury, look, people were trying to theorize as to why the jury wanted to physically hold the AR-15 in the jury deliberation room. One of our commenters pointed out that they felt like that was going to be the closure that they needed, the final thing that they needed before they cemented their decision. We, of course, had as we understand it, the firearm did go back. The AR-15 in question did go back to that room, and it was held by the jurors. And then soon thereafter, we had a decision. So do you think that argument makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes to some of the aggravating factors of the heinous, cruel, calculated nature, the significant known risk of death or serious bodily harm to multiple people. I think some of those aggravating factors can really be explained and enhanced by that firearm, by that weapon, especially if people don't have a lot of experience, maybe have never seen or held an AR before. I do think that can make a real difference in getting closure. Again, it points to death in my mind, but I'm not a juror. So we'll see what this jury actually thinks. What
is this going to look like, Peter, as far as we understand it? It's going to be the 12 jurors rendering their decision, but it's also 17 counts. So we expect this to be a lengthy process and giving each one of these counts, representing each one of the victims, that moment, because this is important, of course, to all of those families in Parkland.
I think it's going to be emotional regardless. And I think that's what we should expect. The judge has probably told everybody to try to keep their emotions within while reading the verdict, but that's maybe not physically possible and totally understandable for a lot of the human beings that are in the room that have gone through all this over the years. And I think it's going to be emotional either way, but it's going to feel weird as emotions are going to strike, and there's still going to be 15, 14, 13 more counts to read, which is also why it's surprising how quickly this happened, because it wasn't just one count. Now, it wasn't just one answer to give. There
was and we have that moment, people can rewind the stream if they have the ability to do so. There was that moment when Nikolas Cruz sat down and he first spoke with his counsel, and within seconds, he had this look of tremendous surprise on his face. His eyebrows were raised. You're an attorney. Any idea as to what the first communication between lawyer and client would be in that sort of situation?
I mean, I think part of it is, one of the things we say sometimes is it's not over regardless of what the verdict is. There are still appeals, there are still processes in place, that this is not over. Now, one of the interesting things about this case, and listening to some of the videos and some of the drawings and writings that he did, what does he really want? You know, does he want death? Does he want life? He wants it to be in the hands of the victims. It seems like the victims want death to be his sentence. So I do think there's an interesting aspect when it comes to certain defendants. Some of them are okay with the death penalty. Some of them are not. Some of them don't really care. It's a strange place to be in. It's not always level-headed, clear conversations in situations like this.
Let's remind our audience that we have the live feed in the center of your screen. We're talking with Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know. You can follow him, of course, on social media. But as soon as courtroom, we have audio up on full blast. The moment that the audio comes through, that signals that, of course, courtroom proceedings have resumed, and we'll take you there live, and we'll all listen in for this moment. Peter, how lengthy could this appeals process be, should this be a death penalty verdict?
I mean, years. I mean, it could literally be years before the full resolution of this comes to pass. There's no real telling, but such a long penalty phase trial with the issues that popped up. There are issues with the judge, issues with the prosecutor, issues with the defense attorneys. There are so many issues that could potentially come from this death penalty phase trial that it's hard to put a number on it, but it's not going to be a short period of time.
Let's also
unless he waives all of his appeals, which there are some mandatory appeals, but he can waive some of the non-mandatory ones. And like I said, if he wants it.
Look, this is somebody who has indicated that he wants what the victims' families want. So if the jury's decision aligns with what a majority of the Parkland families have decided, maybe perhaps it wouldn't be all that shocking if he waived his appeals. But look, we're also talking about somebody who's potentially staring death right in the face. So there's a lot of unknown as far as the future. What is known is that we're moments away from a verdict being read. Really quickly, folks, allow me to point this out for our commenters. In the aftermath of the verdict being read, Peter might be on his live stream. I'm not sure exactly. I know that Mahsa and I will be here. But on our live stream, we're going to be featuring your comments. We want to get an idea as to how you react to this. If you agree with the jury's verdict, if you don't agree with the jury's verdict, we're going to try to be spotlighting your comments and interactively displaying them on screen and having a conversation with you because of the gravity of this moment. Peter, the time is now 10:35. I'm sure they announced this for 10:30, so I'm sure now just everything is getting finalized. The jury is likely getting prepared to come back into the room. Just the final sort of crossing of the T's and dotting of the I's, correct?
Yeah, and the judge is going to have to read through, make sure they did it correctly when they turn in the paperwork. As we saw in the Johnny Depp case and some other cases, if the jury doesn't fill out the verdict form correctly, it's got to go back. So they're probably going through all that and waiting for people to get into the courtroom, get situated, get seated. It's probably what we're waiting on now.
We've got this comment. We'll try to spotlight as many as we can. Again, as soon as the audio comes up, as soon as courtroom proceedings have officially resumed, we're going back live. In the meantime, we're going to spotlight some comments. You can use hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyPeter. We'll also look for hashtag LawyerYouKnow or hashtag HeyMahsa. Scooby-Doo with this comment. Yeah, I hope the jurors have access to ongoing free therapy. The mental toll that this takes, Peter, on the jurors themselves, it has to be talked about. Everything that they have seen, they saw the video that showed the crime being committed, this heinous act of evil being committed. So you would hope, of course, that those jurors, all 12 of them, have access to therapy if they need it, and they might.
Yeah, they usually do. We've talked about this in the Darrell Brooks case. Some people were saying the same thing for some of the witnesses and the jurors. When you have to be a juror on cases like this, and you're doing your civic duty, they do provide opportunities for you to talk to in dealing with these difficult situations that really nobody's prepared for.
Let's get to this question coming in. This is for you. I'm going to let you take this one, Peter. Again, Peter being an attorney here in the Tampa Bay area. Bridget, hashtag HeyJB. What do you think has been the most compelling evidence that resulted in the jury deciding so quickly?
See, that's tough. The jury viewing of the school, I think, was the probably biggest, most interesting, different piece of evidence that came in this case that doesn't come in every case, even similar ones to this. But I also think the defendant's own words, even though he didn't take the stand, his Instagram posts, videos, what he wrote in his notebook and the drawings, to me, those were the most significant. Obviously, I didn't view the school. I would think that would be to the jury, but those are kind of the two pieces that stick out in my mind.
I'm going to bring in here both of our legal experts, Mahsa Saeidi being a former New York City prosecutor and current investigative journalist here at WFLA, Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, on the left side of your screen. Yeah, he's the lawyer you know. So you already know Peter, folks, if you joined us here on WFLA Now before. Really quickly, I'm going to bring up this comment from Sarah Morley on YouTube Live, hashtag HeyJB. Cruz doesn't look phased at all. He looks like it's just a regular Thursday. Mahsa, you were talking about this yesterday, about how Cruz throughout this process has looked completely absent of emotion. What do you make of that even today as he's about to learn his fate?
I'm not a, psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I don't want to read too much into it. Obviously, this is a person. What did she just say?
No, we're bringing in more stations
Got
into our
it.
coverage. Yeah.
I don't want to read too much into it, but obviously this is somebody who is extremely emotionally disturbed, to say the least, somebody that murdered 17 people. So, I mean, what is his specific mental disorder? You heard the prosecution argue that it's antisocial behavior, and you heard the defense argue that he has some sort of mental defect because he has fetal alcohol syndrome. Forget exactly what the phrase was that they used, but essentially that his brain has been damaged because his mother drank heavily while he was in the womb. So is he a disturbed individual? Absolutely. What is exactly wrong with him? That's for the jury to decide. So I think that's like a central question in this case, whether he should be sentenced to death. I'm sure Peter will tell you, here in Florida, having a serious mental illness does not bar you from being executed. That was a bill that had been proposed a couple years ago by State Senator Jeff Brandes of St. Petersburg, but the bill died in the Senate Judiciary Committee. So having a serious mental illness does not bar you, but that does not mean that these men and women of the jury, if one of them chooses to have mercy, then he's going to serve a life sentence behind bars without parole.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of argument comes so that a jury cannot be unanimous in finding these aggravating factors to get to the death penalty. But if they do come to unanimous verdict for the aggravating factors for the death penalty in this case, the fact that seems pretty clear to us that he does have a mental health issue stemming from abuse and from FASD, it's not going to prohibit him from eventually getting the death penalty after all of his appeals, of course, have taken place.
This is a big question, again, coming in our comment section, you guys, and it comes from Valerie Rodriguez, hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyPeter, and I'll bring you guys both back up here on screen to read this aloud. And it reads as follows. Oh, I think I just lost it. Wait, there it is. There's Valerie's comment. Well, it's not on screen, but I'll read it. How long does it take for someone on death row to actually receive their death penalty? This is, again, people just wanting to know. And I think that there's a lot of folks online, you guys, that are trying to get a better understanding as to why, after the death penalty verdict is reached, if it is in this case, why there's such a lengthy delay and why we have so many people in this country on death row, Mahsa.
So if he decides to waive his appeals, which of course he is not going to do that, he could be executed within about 5 years potentially. So the process for appealing this decision, if in fact the jury does determine that death is the appropriate sentence in this case, he's going to file an appeal to the Florida Supreme Court. So first he has to exhaust his appeals within the state court system. And so some of the things that he could argue is ineffective assistance of counsel. He could bring up the fact that the judge did not recuse herself. We've seen a lot of really interesting interactions between the judge and the defense counsel. He could bring up the fact that the defense rested their case early, calling only 25 of 80 witnesses. So that is the process. He would first try to exhaust all the appeals within state court, and then he could go the federal route and try to bring up the same issues federally. And that's what, Peter, isn't that what he's going to do? He's not going to agree to be killed, correct?
I would think, right? But again, this is us trying to get into the mind of someone who I think it's safe to say doesn't think quite like we do. But yeah, it can be a couple years. I think the longest person in Florida that was ever on death row was 45 years. And he died, I think, of natural causes. I don't even think he actually ever got to his execution date. Mm-hmm. So this stuff can last for a long time. The court systems are clogged. COVID just clogged everything even more. So there is a process that is going to take place. And some of those processes are delayed and just take so much longer than anyone thinks they should. Just look at this trial. People could not understand how this sentencing trial took so long. Appeals are even slower.
As again, we engage with our audience here across multiple platforms. Valerie, thank you for your question, your comment. We are awaiting courtroom proceedings resuming here on WFLA Now. This is live in the center of your screen from, again, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where the sentencing trial for the Parkland school shooter has been taking place over the last several months, reaching this moment, the verdict being read. And Peter, I think that you hinted at this earlier, but a reason for us not having Judge Elizabeth Schur back in the courtroom, the jury not being in the courtroom as the time is now about to be 10:45, 15 minutes past the original time where this verdict was supposed to be read. The reason might be the tremendous amount of paperwork that they're probably reviewing right now, Peter, to make sure that everything was filled out correctly. The last thing that you want is to get to this moment and find out that there was an error made on one of the again, we're talking about 17 charges. So the paperwork for one of those charges, you don't want there to be an error of any kind. So it's probably about quite literally crossing your T's, dotting your I's, just making sure that everything is good to go, correct?
It could be, but lots of times when they give the judge the paperwork, she's looking at it for the first time in the courtroom. So it's interesting to see why they would announce it, I think at, what did they say, 10:30? And it's taken this long. Usually we'd be in the courtroom by now and the judge would be looking at the paperwork, and that may take a minute or two, but this has taken a little longer than I would have expected. Maybe they said 10:30. We've had cases before where they've told us to come in the courtroom for the verdict, and then they would read it at the top of the hour. So that could be what they're doing. There could be a plan we don't know about as the public, that they're not planning to read this verdict until 11 o'clock. But either way, everyone's on pins and needles. This is the most stressful part of every trial, bar none, is waiting for that verdict to be called. And we're close to it now.
Let's, Peter, I know that at any moment, I know that you might have to hop off screen. You can always just say farewell and interrupt me if you have to do so. If you have to say farewell, I know that you've got a lot of responsibilities. As far as this this delay, let me just remind our audience too. The moment that news got out to the media, Mahsa, the moment that news got out, it was about 10:02. Family members of the Parkland victims began filing back into the courtroom. So they have been in the courtroom for almost 45 minutes now. And this has been, I'm sure you feel every one of those 45 minutes because you're now, this is it. You're waiting for the moment, whether you are in favor of the death penalty or you don't believe in that form of capital punishment. Like, look, this is an enormous moment. And I'm sure that everyone's heartbeats are elevated.
My heartbeat is elevated right now. Peter, do you know if there are any victims' family members that do not want the death penalty?
If there were, the defense should have put them up on the stand, but I don't think that I've seen any come out publicly saying that.
Okay.
That would have been a great witness for the defense because that's what the case is all about, right? And if you can convict one, or if you can convince one victim's family member that he doesn't deserve the death penalty, I think that would go a long way with the jury. I have not heard that. That's a great question.
The New York Times did report that there were families that were against capital punishment. I want to also interact with our commenters on TikTok. Tina on the WFLA JB TikTok page, Tina 26871 #HeyJB. I'm going to bring this up for our two legal experts on screen, asking #HeyJB, how likely is it that Cruz gets the death penalty? Mahsa?
What? I don't.
How likely do you think it is? Do you
50%, 50-50.
You're just
I'm
going
not,
based on
that. I mean, I can tell you what I think off screen, but I don't want to share it on screen. But I have a question for Peter after he asks.
Peter, would you like to answer Tina?
I would say maybe 2/3, 1/3 leaning in favor of the death penalty. That's what I would say, somewhere around 66.66% death penalty.
Mahsa, I'm going to let you get your question in here in just a second, but I want to ask Peter. Peter, so what you're saying is that there's a third of a chance, a 33 or so % chance that there was a juror that was just not going to be convinced, that said, look, or maybe multiple jurors, or maybe a majority of jurors that said, look, I don't believe the death penalty is the correct course of action. I don't believe that's the correct verdict. And there's nothing, whether a gun comes into this jury deliberation room or not, there is nothing that is going to change my mind. You believe that to be a possibility here?
A very real possibility. And that the reason we think about certain cases where there are hung juries and the juries deliberate forever because there's one juror that just won't come to the other side, or multiple jurors, whatever it may be. In this case, if there's really a stalwart that's just saying no, and they've convinced everybody in the room they're saying no, it's life. and they're not going to ever get to a unanimous death penalty verdict. So they don't need to belabor it for days and days. That could be something that happened in this jury room. And, we'll find out soon. So yeah, this is not, there in no way is this a guaranteed result, but I do think it would lean toward the death penalty at this point. Here we go.
Mahsa? All right, the courtroom has begun their proceedings.
I'll check back in later, JB, okay?
You got it. Let's listen in here live, folks, on
Appreciate
WFLA
you.
Now.
Okay, court is back in session. The lawyers are present. The defendant is present. It is my understanding that the jurors have reached a verdict in this case. Are both sides ready to bring in the jurors?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors are answering.
All jurors are present.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that you have reached a verdict in this case. Mr. Thomas, you're the foreperson.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please pass the verdict forms to the bailiff? all of the verdict forms have been properly executed and dated and signed by the foreperson. At this time, I'm going to publish the verdicts. The State of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz, verdict form as to count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to Nikolas Cruz in this case. Aggravating factors as to count 1, victim Luke Hoyer. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No. Signed October 13th by the foreperson. Mr. Benjamin. Verdict form as to count 2, victim Martin Duque. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Martin Duque and Biunno was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Martin Duque and Biunno was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Martin Duque and Biunno was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 2, Martin Duque and Biunno. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson. Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 3, Gina Montalto. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another felony, capital felony, or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 4, Alexander Schachter. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 4. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson, Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 5, Elena Petty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Elena Petty was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Elena Petty was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond the reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Elena Petty was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Elena Petty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated October 13th by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 6, victim Alyssa Al-Hadef. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond the reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Alyssa Al-Hadef. No. Signed and dated October 13th by the foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Count 7, Nicholas Doret. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, that the first-degree murder of Nikolas Cruz was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, that the first-degree murder of Nikolas Cruz was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, the first-degree murder of Nikolas Cruz was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Nikolas Cruz. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed, October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 8, Helena Ramsey. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Helena Ramsey was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, that the first-degree murder of Helena Ramsey was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Helena Ramsey was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Helena Ramsey. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated October 13th, 2022 by foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Aggravating factors as to verdict form as to count 9, victim Christopher Hickson. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson, was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of the laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Christopher Hickson was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the motive for the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Christopher Hickson's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 10, Carmen Shentra. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Carmen Shentrup. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed, October 13th, foreperson, Benjamin Thomas. Count 11, Aaron Feist, victim Aaron Feist. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, that the first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Aaron Feist was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties if the motive for first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Aaron Feist's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death? Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence? Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 11, Aaron Feist. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established? No. Signed this 13th day of October, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 11, victim Scott Beagle. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any government function or the enforcement of laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Scott Beagle was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Scott Beagle's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 12, victim Scott Beagle. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 13, Meadow Pollock. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Shh. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Meadow Pollock. No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Jury verdict form as to victim Kara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Kara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Carol Loughran. No. Signed, Benjamin Thomas, October 13th, 2022. Count 15, victim Joaquin Oliver. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty. As to victim Joaquin Oliver, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 16, victim Jamie Gutenberg. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. The first-degree murder of Jamie Gutenberg was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Jamie Gutenberg was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Jamie Gutenberg was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification? Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to have been established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Jamie Gutenberg. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Jamie Gutenberg. No. Signed, Benjamin Thomas, October 13th, 2022. Count 17, Peter Wang. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Peter Wang was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Peter Wang was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Peter Wang was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Peter Wang. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 17, Peter Wang. No. October 13th, 2022, signed by foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Madam Clerk, would you please poll the jurors?
Mr. Thomas, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Tony De Vega, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Stephen Crop, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Jimmy Benbow, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Andrew Johnson, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Yes. Annette Sanchez, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Stacy Lezing, Jim? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Melody Van O, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Mirel Rinkus, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Dimitri Bahara, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Gabriel Figueroa, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And Denise, is it Conho? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of the following. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. Your deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain your private affair if that's what you wish. Therefore, the law gives you the privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you're also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. At this time, the sheriff's office is going to escort the jurors out of the courtroom. Okay, the defendant having previously been, adjudicated of 17 counts of murder in the first degree, the jury having returned a verdict of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Is there any legal reason why I should not impose a sentence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that is under 921.143, the victims under counts 1 through 17, and also the surviving victims of the attempted homicides have a right to express themselves as to the everything that could not be expressed under victim impact. They can express themselves as to crime and what they think should have been the appropriate disposition and sentence. It is anticipated that that could be a lengthy sentencing hearing because it applies to all 34 counts of the indictment.
Okay, are you prepared to present that testimony now?
No, we're not, Your Honor. And under the statute, it says that the victims have a right to present that testimony, and also, as you know, under the Florida Constitution, the victims have a right to be heard, and that the victim should present that testimony before you announce sentence.
Okay, when can we do that on November 1st, which is a Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll reset the sentencing for November 1st, Tuesday at 9 a.m. So the defendant will remain in the custody of the Broward Sheriff's Office until such time as he's sentenced.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anything else for today?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
Breaking news on WFLA now. Here is JB Biunno. Breaking news on WFLA now. Here is JB Biunno.
Shock and looks of utter disappointment in court as a jury rules against the death penalty for the Parkland school shooter and in favor of life in prison without the possibility of parole. We're bringing in legal analysis and your reaction. live on WFLA Now. Hey there, folks. JB here with you live across all social media platforms, and I bring in our legal expert, former New York City prosecutor, current 8 on Your Side investigative journalist Mahsa Saeidi. Hugs in the courtroom, emotion boiling over. You could see the looks of sheer disappointment from some of the family members of the Parkland victims. I know that we're reacting to this here as well, but your analysis of this, the jury, you could hear them getting emotional as they confirmed that that was in fact their verdict, that it was correct. And you heard one of the jurors, at least one of the jurors, with tears flowing. Again, we don't see the jurors, but we do hear from them.
Yeah.
Your reaction to this, Mahsa, before we get into some more of our commenters' reaction, and we are launching polls across all social media platforms as well.
So first, as a mother and a human being, your heart breaks for these family members that are clearly devastated and they are not happy with what the jury has decided. But this jury of 12 men and women, they have spoken. They have decided to show Nikolas Cruz mercy, something that Cruz did not show the 14 children that he murdered on February 14th, 4 years ago, and the 3 adults that he murdered. But essentially, what this jury has decided is that he's going to face life behind bars. The prosecution cannot appeal this decision. The judge cannot overrule this decision. The next step is that Cruz is going to remain in the custody of the Broward County Sheriff's Office. There is going to be an official sentencing, and we know what the sentence is going to be. Life without the possibility of parole. That's going to happen on Tuesday, November 1st at 9 a.m. The victims that are sobbing right now, that are devastated and just, I would say, JB, caught off guard by this, they want to have the opportunity to be heard. And here in Florida, they have the constitutional right to be heard. So the prosecution has asked for the sentencing to be delayed. So that is going to happen on November 1st, and that is going to be another very painful, emotional chapter here. But there was a lot of misreporting that was happening as that verdict was being read, but we were providing you with the accurate information. It was very confusing because the jury essentially found 2 of the 3 factors they needed to find to sentence this suspect to death. They found that aggravating circumstances, yes, they existed. This was cruel. This was planned. He committed the murders while in the commission of a burglary. All those factors were there. They found that the aggravating factors were horrific enough, JB, to impose the death penalty. But then, shock, I found out immediately.
Mitigating factors. Can you explain mitigating factors? And you know, I know that Peter Tragos is going to be joining us and keeping an eye on that screen here in the stream center because he and I were texting during this. So before you explain mitigating factors, let me just mute this for a second as mic checks are being conducted. The courtroom feed has now transitioned to the lobby area or the designated media availability room. So now press conferences with likely both sides are going to be taking place. And we're going to hear a reaction from Matt Satz, who is the, of course, prosecutor in charge of this case. We're also going to be hearing from Melissa McNeil, I would imagine. That is, of course, Nikolas Cruz's defender. A lot of reactions still to come. Let me also point out, let me bring up this feed if I can here for a second, folks. Let me just hit the touchscreen for a second and go over to this shot to show you that we also have a feed coming in from outside of the courtroom. So if there's any reaction from the Parkland community outside, if there's any group that gathers, whether, again, as far as I would imagine that a group that gathers outside the courthouse, it would be against this decision. But we're just keeping our eyes peeled for any and all feeds here live from the Stream Center, but we're going to stay really focused on this one here, the podium. When the podium has activity, and we, of course, see people stepping up to the podium to deliver their remarks post-verdict, we'll, of course, go away. We'll listen in here live on WFLA Now. Back to mitigating factors. What are those mitigating factors, and why were they determined to be outweighing the aggravating factors?
So essentially, as I was explaining, you need to have 3 factors for this jury to impose death. They have to find that there are aggravating factors, and they did. You have to determine that the aggravating factors, they unanimously agreed, the 12 men and women, that the aggravating factors were horrific enough to impose the death penalty, but you also needed that 3rd element. The jury needed to find that the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors. The mitigating factors, that's essentially the case that the defense here presented. The fact that he had a very troubled childhood, that because his mother drank heavily, that he's had some brain issues, brain damage. So that explains the violence, and that is a reason to spare his life. So we were listening so closely when they started to read the first count, Luke Hoyer, and immediately I knew when they said aggravating factors outweigh mitigating factors, and the jury said no. At least one juror, that's all you needed was one, and we had at least one juror that decided that the mitigating factors were enough to spare the life of this person who is now 24, but at the age of 19, he walked into his former high school and he decided to brutally gun down, hunt, and kill 17 people. And I will tell you, the prosecution, they did a phenomenal job in this case. Their case was simple, but they did a great job presenting it. So bottom line, there was one juror, at least, possibly more, but at least one, that throughout the course of this more than 3-month-long sentencing trial, as they were looking at Nikolas Cruz sitting right there, and, you know, we've talked about how detached that he seemed throughout the trial, how disengaged he seemed throughout the trial.
And just as disengaged as the verdict was being read for all 17 counts,
Incredible.
even though
a little more present today.
A little bit more alert.
A little bit more
I
alert
think,
today.
and without giving him too much attention.
Yeah.
I want to get to some of the comments that are coming in, and we'll start here with this one. Annie Marie B. YouTube Live, we're going to be coming to those poll results. If you really want your voice to be heard as far as our very simple social media poll, unscientific poll, but indicating, of course, nonetheless, is that poll to the consensus of what we're looking for here on social media. We asked on social media, do you agree with the jury's verdict? Facebook is a little bit wonky with their polls. If you want to vote, go over to the WFLA YouTube page. We have 4,765 votes and counting, and we'll come back to those results probably closer to, let's try to get closer to 10,000. I want to get as many votes as possible. Anne Marie B, hashtag KJB, does this mean he can still get the death penalty?
Absolutely not. Nikolas Cruz will not face execution. Nikolas Cruz will not face the death penalty. The jury has spoken. They did not unanimously agree that he should get the death penalty, and it's over. The prosecution cannot appeal this, and the judge cannot overrule this.
The judge can't overrule it.
No, but the judge could have overruled the death penalty sentence.
Right, we talked about this yesterday. That's
yes,
right.
but it does not the other way. So if a jury of your peers decides that your life will be spared, one person cannot come in and say, no, they got it wrong.
That to me is just absolutely wild to think that of everyone that could have been in that courtroom, let's just say everyone, it could have been Judge Elizabeth Schur. We don't know exactly which way that she was leaning in this case. It could have been 11 people who said, I believe that this should be the death penalty.
100%.
Judge Elizabeth Schur could have been, I believe this should be the death penalty. But one juror saying, no, I believe it should be life without the possibility of parole, that's how our system works.
And it's a beautiful thing, because you don't want to put this in the hands of a judge. This is, a life of a human being. However you might feel about this case, how painful this case has been, how it broke my heart to watch the victims' family members as well. But this is our system. The system has worked. The jurors have spoken, and he will not be sentenced to death. It's over.
Alan Child, hashtag HeyJB, life without parole is worse than the death penalty. He will be tormented in jail the rest of his life. This is the opinion of one of our commenters.
Yeah.
This is really the root of a lot of conversations and debates about the death penalty as to whether or not what is the worst punishment to have. Of course, your life come to an end as a result of our legal system, or is it more torturous for somebody and more of a punishment to live out the rest of your life in jail? As one of our commenters noted yesterday, it is not going to be a 5-star resort for Nikolas Cruz for the remainder of his life. While he, of course, will be alive and breathing, and that is going to cause a lot of pain to many of the Parkland victims' families, it is not going to be a pleasant remainder of his life, and he does have a long life to live He's only 24 years old. That's relatively young as far as somebody getting a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. We're talking about him living another 50 or so years potentially behind bars. And so that's all of those years, all of those decades that all of those students and those adults didn't have when they were gunned down that day, February 14th of 2018.
Yeah, and he's going to be sent by the Florida Department of Corrections to a maximum security facility. I'm going to try to figure out if we know which facility that he's eventually going to be sent to. But what this is, JB, if there's a couple positive things that I can see here. One, the system worked. This is what our system is, and the jury has spoken. And two, as difficult as today is for the family members of the victims, this is closure. They have closure. They can start the mourning process and the healing process. They don't have to look at the video anymore. They don't have to look at the autopsy pictures anymore. They don't have to wonder what's going to happen to Nikolas Cruz anymore. Now we know what's going to happen, and they can start that process of mourning, acceptance, healing, and trying to move on with their lives. But this was an unprecedented case. We've never had someone kill this many people and go to trial. So this was a historic case for many reasons, and one of them being that. Now there is another case, a 2019 massacre out of Texas, where there's going to be a trial for that as well, potentially. But this is the first case of its kind, and the jury has decided at least one person to show Cruz mercy.
I want to make this very clear with these next comments that I'm about to make, that I make these comments objectively, and that this is not an indication of bias in any way. I am going to ask this question from a very fundamental, objective standpoint, Mahsa.
Okay, I'm listening.
And I want to make this clear that this is not me swaying one way or the other. It's a fundamental question at the center of this decision, of this verdict, of this recommendation by the jury. If somebody going into a school, and methodically murdering 17 people, including 14 students, doesn't qualify for the death penalty, then what does? How can somebody go into a school and commit one of the most evil acts in this country's history and not qualify for the most extreme and highest version of punishment that the state of Florida has to offer?
He described in that interview that he had with the state psychiatrist about that day, he described how people gave him an angry look and how he basically, forgive me, blew their brains out, how he thought that they would scream, but how blood just came pouring out. I mean, very graphic details, but that is what we've listened to. That is what we've heard. That is what the jurors listened to, and yet still they chose mercy in this case. And I get the question that you're asking. I mean, so anyone that commits a murder, takes a life away, you know, some could say that they all have some sort of mental illness.
So so the next time that we have an act of horrendous violence, then the next time, and I'm not going to say the words because I just don't want to will that into existence, but the next time that something this evil occurs, can that person just study Nikolas Cruz's videos that are now public online, get a better understanding of what to say to indicate mental defect, and then commit the act, and then say, look, here's the blueprint. This is the blueprint for not getting the death penalty and living out the rest of my days behind bars.
Every jury is different. And again, I don't think that this was, I think that just the makeup of this jury, some people are just against the death penalty. Now, during the jury selection process, if you are against the death penalty, you should not have been on that jury. And I'm not saying that anyone lied, and I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I'm saying every single jury is different. And it's not like they had such a phenomenal defense that was presented. I mean, they ended their case early. The defense rested their case. They only presented 25 of 80 witnesses. And we were talking about how if the death sentence would have been recommended by this jury, Nikolas Cruz would have had several things to appeal, first at the state level and then at the federal level. So I don't think that this was such a phenomenal defense necessarily that was presented. I just think somebody, at least one person in the jury, looked over, and the argument that this defense attorney made, basically, yes, he did these things, but should we kill someone who's mentally ill? What will it change? It's just to get revenge. It's not going to have any impact. Now, the victim's family members, they could say, it will have an impact. It gives us one, justice. People who agree with the death penalty could say it could deter another school shooter. So very complicated thing, but I don't think that necessarily someone else is going to be studying what Nikolas Cruz said and want to copy it, because many legal experts thought that he didn't do a good
Mahsa,
job.
How could they not? Because you're talking about somebody who, in this case, said he studied police response times and tactics with previous mass shooters, went into YouTube archives and said, look, I'm going to this is my homework for the day. I'm going to study this so that I can kill as many people as possible.
Absolutely.
So my question is, how can this not be a blueprint to escape with another mass shooting?
Because I don't think that his life was spared because of anything that he said or did in the aftermath to try to explain it.
Yep.
I think his life was spared because at least one person on the jury chose mercy. And were they,
so this is very much, you're right, this is very much a representation of the jury. I know that there's been some social media commentary talking about the demographics.
Yeah,
we're talking about,
do we know the demo? I know it's 7 men. Let me pull it up. I have it in one of these papers here.
We're talking about South Florida as far as the demographic, and so I know that there's been some conversation about that. Here's some camera movement. This could be the camera crews getting into position. Let's go live to the media room that has been set up. And Wavy, we're going to put away your comment for a moment, even though, really quickly, #HJB, I don't think anyone qualifies for the death penalty. It is inhumane. Let them suffer for their whole lives. This is an indication, again, of some of the people who just don't believe in the death penalty. It doesn't matter if you go into a school and you murder 17 people, it just doesn't believe in the death penalty, and that is their fundamental right as an American to, of course, believe what you think is right, believe what you think is wrong, and Wavy Baby here saying that. Let's go live and listen in.
Hi, my name is Lori Aldef. This is my husband, Dr. Elon Alhadef, and our daughter was Alyssa Aldef, who was brutally murdered on February 14, 2018. We are beyond disappointed with the outcome today. This should have been the death penalty, 100%. 17 people were brutally murdered on February 14, 2018. I sent my daughter to school and she was shot 8 times. I am so beyond disappointed and frustrated with this outcome. I do not understand. I just don't understand this. Dr. Olive.
I'm disgusted with our legal system. I'm disgusted with those jurors. I'm disgusted with the system. That you can allow 17 dead and 17 others shot and wounded and not give the death penalty. What do we have the death penalty for? What is the purpose of it? You set a precedent today. You set a precedent for the next mass killing, and nothing happens to you. You'll get life in jail. I'm sorry. That is not okay. As a country, we need to stand up and say that's not okay. I pray that that animal suffers every day of his life in jail. And he should have a short life.
It's got to be such a disappointing day. 4 years you've been living this nightmare. And it's just, there's never going to be any closure. But this really wasn't the outcome you wanted.
No, I mean, definitely not. I mean, it's been almost 5 years. We came here today, and it wasn't even a doubt in my mind that this would be the death penalty. I'm beyond disgusted of what happened, what occurred. And again, what is the death penalty for, if not for the murder and killing of 17 people?
What would you ask jurors? What would you ask them if they were right here in front of you?
What were you thinking? This isn't about your personal beliefs. It's not about your religious values. It's about the heinous crime that was committed. There is no recovery. Jail's about rehabbing someone. There is no rehabbing.
Is there any sense of relief that at least you don't have to come to court anymore? At least you don't have to see this guy anymore?
Doesn't matter at this point.
And
we still have to go to the cemetery
to
go see our daughter.
Do you think there was somebody on the jury, at least one person who, from the get-go, vote for life, no matter what the evidence showed?
Probably.
Laura, you guys had to sit there for nearly 50 minutes and listen to them go count by count. Can you tell us what those moments were like?
We sat there for over 12 hours waiting to find out our child was dead. And we just sat there being tortured by another hour waiting.
This idea of the mitigating factors being his mental illness or this alcohol-induced syndrome, that did not outweigh the aggravating did not outweigh the fact that he may have been mentally ill. What does that mean to you?
So that means that everyone that has a mental illness should go on a killing spree? That's what we're telling this society? That we're saying that's okay because you have a mental illness? Mental illness isn't cured. And he had antisocial personality disorder, amongst others, oppositional defiant disorder, but it doesn't give him the right to go and kill 17 children, 17 people. And I'm sorry, this is just not okay.
Were you okay with how the state prosecuted the case? Or do you think they could have done anything differently to elicit a different sentence?
I think the state did a great job. I think they did what they could. We're very thankful for them. Unfortunately, the system continues to fail us.
Would you say today's a tragic day in Broward County?
It's a stain. I'm sorry. It's just a stain, and I live here. It's a stain on this world that we live in. Broward County. It's really just a real
disappointment.
Disappointment.
Have you been robbed of justice? Have you been robbed of justice?
Absolutely. Absolutely have.
Would you say the state let your daughter down?
Yes. The jurors let us down. We have a jury system for a reason, and they let us down. They gave their personal beliefs, but they didn't go by the evidence. There was no mitigating factors. I'm sorry. Any mitigation was disproven clearly in the court. There's no reason. And if there is a reason, then why are we allowing people to just go randomly kill others? Is that what we're telling our society? But there's mitigating factors, a lot of hogwash.
Do you think Cruz should have been locked up long before February 14th, 2018, at least in a mental institution or something along those lines?
Locked up, yes. Mental or otherwise, I don't know what the right thing is, but he should have been locked up. He should have been in shackles every time he came into the court. He should have been in shackles the entire time he was there. He's not a human being, he's an animal.
Laura, in the last 4 years, you guys have done so much work. Alyssa's law, what you've been doing in the school board. What does this do for you guys? Does it redouble your efforts outside of the courtroom? I mean, what's next?
So I would say that it just makes the fire inside us even want to fight harder for change and know that we have to do so much more to prevent the next school shooting and work so much harder, because This cannot happen. And our nonprofit, Make Our Schools Safe, we have been fighting to get Alyssa's Law passed nationally as a standard level of school safety protection in every school across this country, so that if there is a life-threatening emergency, law enforcement can get on the scene as quickly as possible and take down the threat. Law enforcement needs to do their job. They cannot stand there and just watch as 17 people get shot and killed. Your job as a police officer is to go in, engage, and take down the threat. And if you can't do that, don't do the job.
Larry, the defense lawyers were willing to plead guilty early on for exchange for life. I'm wondering, in retrospect, if all of this was worth it, and not just having that outcome almost right away.
No, absolutely not. He should have been given the death penalty from the get-go.
Will you be, Lori, after what you just said, I assume you're going to be there when Scott Peterson goes on trial?
Absolutely. I just want to end with, please don't show the shooter's face. Stop showing the shooter's face. No notoriety. 17 people were killed. Let's remember them. Remember Alyssa Alhadeff. Remember the 16 others. And you could be a part of helping to stop the next school shooting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So sorry again for your loss. So you just heard from Lord Alhadeff there, being told that Fred Christopher is also making his way here. We believe that he's going through security now.
Powerful. There's no other word that you can use really to describe it. Powerful, emotional.
Devastating.
As we have that being, of course, Alyssa Alhadeff's family, her parents. I'm disgusted. I'll read the quote there from Alyssa's dad. I'm disgusted with our legal system. I'm disgusted with the jurors. This is a stain. He's an animal. Just some of the quotes. Extraordinarily moving and powerful statements there from the family. This is, I believe that we're going to be getting a lot more of this over the next few minutes. More parents, loved ones of the victims are going to be speaking out here at the podium.
Just overwhelming to listen to that mother describe how she sent her daughter Alyssa to high school and how they had to wait for 12 hours. We use the phrase, your worst nightmare, but that is utterly and truly your worst nightmare, to wait for 12 hours and to find out she had been shot 8 times. Heartbreaking.
Our legal analysis continues, as well as your reaction. You can use hashtag HeyJB. You can use hashtag HeyMahsa. You can also use hashtag HeyPeter. Peter Tragos back here with us. Peter, welcome back to the live stream. Peter was with us before the verdict was read aloud. And Peter, let me just give you an opportunity. If we do get more people stepping up to the podium, we'll have to mute you and go right back to the podium. But your reaction as the verdict was read in court.
I was really surprised. I mean, I came on here, I thought it was going to be death, and I actually think maybe I was way off. And the speed at which the verdict came down may indicate that it was more than just one holdout. And maybe there were a list of jurors that were just saying this is not death. The mitigating factors are too much. If we're looking for any positivity, they found yes for all the aggravating factors. Feel free to cut me off.
Yeah,
I
Peter,
understand this is what we're here for.
Yeah, we're having another parent step up here. Let's listen in live.
Day for you, explain to the viewers of everyone watching what is going through your mind and heart right now.
Well, we'll start off with it's pretty unreal that nobody paid attention to the facts of this case, that nobody can remember who a victim is and what they look like. I know every day because I see my beautiful daughter's face around our home in my dreams. and I miss her very much. I'm going to read you a prepared statement. Today's ruling was yet another gut punch for so many of us who devastatingly lost our loved ones on that tragic Valentine's Day at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. 17 beautiful lives were cut short by murder. Heinous, pre-planned, torturous murder. And the monster that killed them gets to live another day. While this sentence fails to punish the perpetrator to the fullest extent of the law, it will not stop the mission of the families of Stand with Parkland to effect positive change at the federal, state, and local level to prevent school shooting tragedies from shattering other American families.
Tony, what did you think when you were hearing those verdicts being read? As it sunk in that this was a life sentence, not a death sentence recommendation, what were you and your wife Jennifer and everybody else thinking?
Well, I can only speak for myself and my wife since we've talked about it, but I'm sure some of the other families had similar thoughts. How can the mitigating factors make this shooter, who they recognized committed this terrible act, acts, plural, shooting some victims more than once on a pass, pressing the barrel of his weapon to my daughter's chest, that doesn't outweigh that poor little, what's his name, had a tough upbringing? I mean, society has to really look and re-examine who and what is a victim. Not everyone's a victim. My beautiful Gina, the other sons, daughters, spouses, and fathers, they were the victims here. Our justice system should have been used to punish this shooter to the fullest extent of the law, not as an act of revenge, but to protect our nation's schools, to stop others from attacking the future of this country when they attack our schools.
Do you not see how it's possible that one juror could have found one mitigating factor?
If one juror was honest when they chose the jury, and they said they could see their way to the death penalty, and unanimously they all found that the aggravators were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, I think that one juror possibly perjured him or herself.
What message do you have to this jury, and does this send the wrong message to the nation? The nation is watching.
Well, again, what do we want as a society? Do we want people who commit atrocious acts against the future of our country to be punished to the fullest extent of the law? Or do we want to excuse them because they had a tough time growing up? I promise you, throughout this nation, there were people who had a more difficult time growing up than this shooter, who have been failed by the school system more than this shooter, and who have had less services provided than this shooter. And they did not choose to enter a school with a high-powered weapon and pull the trigger 139 individual times. That is cruel. That is thoughtful. And that should have been punished to the maximum extent of the law.
Tony, you mentioned this in your statement. We know that the gunman studied other shootings, and now he gets life. For the next teenage gunman or the next young person who decides to get a gun and study and follow. What does a sentence like this do for the safety of other children?
I think that it puts all school children in jeopardy. It certainly sends the wrong message. This shooter did not deserve compassion. Did he show the compassion to Gina when he put the weapon against her chest and chose to pull that trigger? Or any of the other 3 times that he shot her? Was that compassionate? When we heard in his own words what he said regarding other victims, Meadow Pollock, Carol Ocken, Peter Wang. We heard what he said, what he thought. Was that a sympathetic figure?
Sorry. If they have done anything differently, I mean, in retrospect, do you wish they had acted differently either during the case or when they were insisting on going to trial?
I will say that the state did an excellent job. I haven't heard one of our families complain about the case they put on. They were factual. They were realistic. Their rebuttal was excellent. I just think people forget what facts are these days.
Tony, you said this in your statement a little bit, but what does this do for your efforts outside the courtroom? How much work you've been putting in at state, national level? What is this? Does this reinvigorate what you're doing?
Well, Families with Stand with Parkland have always been dedicated to preventing other families from suffering through these horrific tragedies. Perhaps now we'll have to fight to make sure that victim impact statements, real victims, are taken into account. The real victim statements when you go through a penalty phase, so that we can all remember our loved ones, the kind, compassionate, innocent students and teachers that went to school that day and never returned to our loving families.
Are you going to be here for Scott Peterson's trial?
Had enough of the courtroom for a while, but I imagine that we will come back and do what we did here. We will all represent our loved ones. My wife Jennifer and I will make sure that we represent our beautiful, forever 14-year-old daughter Gina in any court proceeding. We will continue to put forth our efforts to secure her legacy through both Stand with Parkland and the work we do locally, statewide, and nationally, as well as the Gina Rose Montalto Memorial Foundation, which we set up to keep Gina's light shining in this world, because she should not have been extinguished by this monster.
We do live in a country and a state and a county where, a sizable part of the population does not believe the death penalty, that they believe that life in prison is fine for. Could you explain?
I'll trade places with you.
Could you explain?
I'll trade places with you. That's why.
Could you explain why?
I've answered it 3 times. Trade places with me, you'll change your mind.
Tony, does this change the way you feel about people in Broward County? I mean, do you feel that the community is letting down in some way?
Yeah. Gina, my beautiful, kind, bubbly, bright daughter, deserved better than she got from the schools, and certainly from this jury, from our sheriff's office. She deserved better. Even from the FBI, who let us down. Let's not forget all the failures that led to this day. But the failures wouldn't have mattered if the shooter didn't choose to pull that trigger 139 times, to make a voluntary effort to pull that trigger, spewing death from that gun every time he pulled the trigger. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Tony.
So sorry.
We also know we did.
Tony Montalado, of course, Gina's dad, speaking here live. Really quickly, Peter's only got another couple of minutes with us on stream. Peter, I wanted you to address, you and I were talking during Tony's commentary. Oh, we're having another commenter. We're going to have to listen in. Peter, we'll try to come back to you if possible. Thanks for joining us, pal.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I'm guessing you're all wanting me to react. I'm stunned. I'm devastated. There are 17 victims that did not receive justice today. My daughter, you'll notice she was the 16th of the 17 to be read today. She was shot running down a hallway. Now, what mitigating factor was it that they used on her? Were they going to suggest that he didn't have the fine motor skill to shoot that gun as she was running down the hallway? This jury failed our families today. But I will tell you, the monster's going to go to prison, and in prison, I hope and pray he receives the kind of mercy from prisoners that he showed to my daughter and the 16 others. He is going to go to prison, and he will die in prison. And I will be waiting to read the news on that. He should have received the death sentence today. There was no mercy for a murder that was planned over a long period of time. And that was, sadly, as proven by the state, executed. I don't know how this jury came to the conclusions that they did today, but 17 families did not receive justice. Because of what happened to our families, we are all in this position now of doing the work that we do around this country to keep this from happening to another family. And this decision today only makes it more likely that the next mass shooting will be attempted.
Tony, Fred, can you talk to us about what you were thinking when you realized that he was not going to get the death penalty?
I looked at my wife and I said shame, anger, devastation. Listen, I've gotten to know you and the others over the years. I've spent the past almost 5 years preparing myself for today, mentally, physically, because I visit my daughter in a cemetery. And the idea that there was at least one juror who I have to imagine didn't tell the truth to get on that jury, and who was never, ever, ever going to vote yes, because they agreed on all the aggravating factors. The truth is, the defense, for those of you who watched this trial as diligently as I did, the defense failed at mitigation. If you looked at the cross-examination, their witnesses fell apart. In the closing argument, the defense team actually referenced the neighbor, the guy who lived across the street, who spent one moment with that killer in their entire time. Okay, they did not prove mitigation, but yet a juror accepted the notion. A juror did not tell the truth to get on this jury, and because of that, 17 families have been failed, and it is what it is. This is the way the system works, right?
Do you think that they should have had maybe the trial outside of South Florida or Broward, if possible, and moved to another venue where you would cut a fairer, maybe, or a different jury?
I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I can tell you this. The state did an amazing job of proving the aggravators. The state did everything they possibly could have done. I will also say the defense, to be a defense attorney in a situation like this, I get it, you have a job, but it doesn't mean you need to lose your humanity towards the victims, which they did, okay? And their inability to ever, for a second, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, have a human moment with us, a civil moment, was despicable. Looking at attorney Tamara Curtis take her middle finger and rub it up and down her cheek when she lost an argument in the courtroom, and then to start laughing with the killer over it like an immature punk child, I will never, ever, ever forgive that moment. But that's who they were. So I will tell you, the state did its job. Whether or not doing this in another county would have made a difference, you go through a lot of people to pick a jury. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you do moving forward? I know it wasn't going to bring any closure, and I know it makes your work just that much harder, and you're going to continue working hard. But, you know, him getting life would have been some sort of closure for these families. What do you do moving forward? How do you let go of this anger?
The first thing I do moving forward is I go visit my daughter at the cemetery because he killed her. And that's what I have to do. The next thing I do moving forward is everything I can to prevent the next one of these from happening. The next thing I do moving forward is everything I possibly can to remind people how important the next election is and voting, because we do have the ability to do things in this country to reduce gun violence through our vote, and we need to do them. So I'm going to continue doing what I do, and I'm going to go to the cemetery, and I'm going to tell my daughter what happened today, and I'm going to tell her I love her and always will.
Do you believe in any way a life over death sentence here? What message that encourages or discourages to the next young person who gets a gun out there and thinks about doing the same?
That person is planning a shooting now. Let's face it. And that person now believes that they can get away with it. I'm still, and some of you know me, I'm not often stunned, but I am stunned by this verdict today. And I think anyone planning a shooting right now sees that there's a path to avoid the death penalty where it does exist. And the death penalty does exist, by the way. There was no reason they couldn't impose it. But you know what? His defense counsel in the closing arguments made one of the most bizarre statements I've heard in a closing argument when she said, well, if you don't give him the death penalty, he'll just end up dying in prison anyway, of natural or some other causes. That was his defense counsel who said that. So right now, I'm hoping she got it right.
Fred, is there any sense of small relief that you don't have to go to that courtroom anymore? You don't have to see him anymore?
I would have gone to that courtroom every day the rest of my life to get the right justice. So, no. He did what he did. The only possibility for relief ended for me 5 years ago almost when he shot and killed my daughter. I was prepared for the rest of my life to seek justice, and I could not be more disappointed in what happened today. Anything else? Thank you all. G-U-T-T? Oh, Guttenberg. Thank you. I'm sorry? No. Sorry. Thank you all.
By now, of course, I'm sure folks in Florida know that that's Fred Guttenberg, who, of course, lost his daughter tragically. As we have more people coming up to the podium, let's listen in.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Hickson. My husband, Chris Hickson, was one of the murder victims. He was the adult that ran into the building to try to stop the shooter to do something to save other people. And I'm just completely devastated and shocked by this verdict to me. What it says to me, what it says to my family, what it says to the other families is that his life meant more than the 17 that were murdered and the 17 that were shot. and the thousands of people in that school, in that community that are terrorized and traumatized every single day. Even if every single one of those mitigating circumstances was true, which we all, I think, believe are not, but even if they were, how does any one of those mitigators outweigh those aggravating factors that they all agreed were true? How do you say, yes, it's cruel, that it was heinous, that it was planned, and we all agree on that, but oh, he might have had a mental illness, or he had trouble growing up. I have a son with special needs. I have a son that checked all of those boxes, or a lot of those boxes, that the shooter did as well. And you know what? My son's not a murderer. My son is the sweetest person that you could ever meet. This person had services. He had love. He had the best upbringing his mother could give him. But even if he didn't, how does that outweigh cruel, heinous, planned? It doesn't. It just doesn't. I don't care who you are. There's no way that you could look at those mitigating circumstances and believe for 1 second that they outweigh the aggravators, and that the life of that person is more important and more valuable than the life of the 17 that were taken, and all of the other people that live through that trauma every single day. So I'd like to say I have no words, but apparently I have a lot of them.
For those jurors, if they will be watching this later, or do you want to know what went on in that deliberation room? Like, what were their thoughts?
I agree with what a lot of people have said. There has to have been someone who maybe thought they could. Maybe they did. I also believe in grace and giving people the benefit of the doubt. And maybe when they're sitting there and you're asking them questions and they think, yeah, I can do that. But when faced with that decision, that it just maybe was something they didn't have in their makeup to be able to do. But they really should have asked themselves that question harder before they agreed to sit on this jury.
Debbie, yesterday you told me that you thought that if there was a death penalty verdict, that would sort of allow you to perhaps close the door on the anger phase of what you've been through and move on to the healing phase. What are you thinking now?
Definitely that anger phase is going to take a little longer to move through. Because to me, like I said, here I am thinking that they're going through yes, yes, yes on those aggravators. How can you say yes to every single aggravator and then no to the death penalty? Beyond a reasonable doubt, they believe that they proved those mitigators. So it will have to be something I resolve within myself, with my family, because really right now it feels that his life is more valuable than Christopher's, and that is not true. Never.
Ms. Hickson, do you believe that the FBI, the Broward Sheriff's Office, and now the jury has failed your husband's terrorism? Has failed him?
I do, in a lot of those instances. There was an opportunity to stop the shooter before he even got through figuring out his plan. BSO took a long time to get there, and now again someone else believes that someone's life is more valuable than my husband's, and that makes me, I can't even give you the right words how that makes me feel right now.
As a member of the school board now, do you think this makes it more difficult for the schools to stop this kind of event from taking place?
I don't know if it makes it more difficult for schools. We are working very hard to increase our security. It does, and it should say something to society that we have to look at who we allow to own firearms, how we address mental health in our communities, and where we give grace when it's warranted. So.
Debbie, we don't know how many jurors wanted to go with life.
Correct.
But did you expect a longer, more involved discussion among the jurors to maybe sway others on death, as opposed to the speed at which the jury came back here?
It's a good question. So clearly the aggravators were very easy to go through. I think all of us would agree that 100% were all 7 of them without a doubt completely proven. So in the defense, if you listened to the defense's closing statement, they basically told them that they couldn't, if one person said life, you were done. Like, you weren't allowed to have that. So honestly, I don't know how much of them are, what they're able to do, but it seemed.
The opportunity to engage the other jurors.
Correct.
No, I want you to reconsider. Did you expect more of a debate within that jury room versus the speed at which they came back?
To be honest, I thought it would not take as long, because if you clearly saw the aggravating factors, that mitigating could never, there are some mitigating factors you could check off, but I personally don't see how one single one of them weighs heavier than any of those 7 aggravators. So I thought that it was done earlier or quickly, because they all said, yes, there are mitigating factors, but 100% they do not outweigh all of these aggravators that we did. So shocked at the outcome, but I didn't think it was going to take them a whole long time to do
And I
that.
have one other question, which is, I saw you leave the courtroom with your son. You told me in the past the difficulty of explaining to him about his father's death. What did you explain to him today, or how did you explain to him?
Of course, he was very upset, and more, I think, because he felt us being upset in the room. But we just tried to explain to him also that this person is still being punished. So at the end of the day, I've said it a number of times, life or death, our life doesn't change at home. We don't have Chris. Our life, our family is not whole anymore, and we move through the process of how we get through each day. So this doesn't change what happens in our house. It changes emotionally how we feel about society. I think in general, the fact that you could think that someone who murdered 17 people because he had a mental illness, which I don't think any of us would disagree. There's no normal person that's going to do what he did. But that does not outweigh the aggravating factors that were proven in this case.
Debbie, what would you want to say to the shooter today if you could
I think that he should give thanks to God that someone had grace and mercy for him that he did not share with those other people. And keep in mind, my husband was one of those that he came back and shot again, because Chris survived. He would have survived if he hadn't come and shot him the 3rd time. So I hope that he understands the gift that he's been given. I doubt that he will. But I do hope that he understands what that gift is, and that he's somehow able to take that and do something different than the trajectory he's been on for all of his life.
Did you believe in the death penalty before you got this death?
I did not. And I would have been one of those people that would have thought, we can rehabilitate people, that it's not up to us. And it's been a struggle for these last 4.5 years to feel so strongly that this person doesn't deserve to walk on the earth, but you find yourself in a different position and you change your mind. But it's a struggle for sure.
Do you have any thought on why they wanted to see the gun? Did anything go through your mind? Did that signal anything to you? Did you feel it more hopeful that it would be a death penalty?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Yes, because they had just asked about the the cross-examination where they were talking about trigger fingers and things of that nature. So to feel how heavy, remember, 139 times he pulled that trigger in 7 minutes. So the idea that he was below average in being able to tap something is clearly not what's reality in this instance.
Do you think somebody wanted to feel the gun and to get an idea?
I would guess so. And some people maybe just wanted to see it. Who knows? So anyway, but thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
We also have Broward County.
I believe we have other officials speaking. Mahsa, I know that you have to get back to work, but let's listen in here live. Mahsa, we'll let you go.
Okay. Here, this dreadful and horrific crimes committed
by the school mass shooter in Parkland on Valentine's Day 2018, it's forever changed our community. It will continue to impact us forever. The parents and families of the school children and staff members who were lost in this massacre, our hearts are with them. We hope that they know that all of us lost 17 wonderful people that day, and that our world is a poorer and sadder place without them. To the survivors, please know that you are not forgotten in this, and that we respect and salute your courage and all that you have endured. You know, when I was elected as Broward State Attorney, I promised that I would uphold the law. And I agreed that this community, not one person sitting in the office, should hear all the facts and all the evidence of this case, and that the community should make a decision about whether this mass killer should get the death penalty or life in prison. We thank the jurors for their service, for taking on this difficult task. We thank the law enforcement officers who went into the school. We thank the law enforcement officers who investigated this case and also arrested the killer. We thank our prosecutors and our prosecution team and the whole office for their dedication and service in ensuring that we presented all the facts and the evidence before the Broward County community. And we thank the courthouse staff. We also thank the witnesses. We thank the victims' families and the survivors for everything. As I spoke to some of the family members immediately after verdict, I thank them for their patience with us and their compassion. And I thank everyone who worked to ensure that the whole truth, the full story, was told about this tragedy with full transparency. To my knowledge, this is the first time that the full story of a community's loss and all of the relevant facts have been told about a mass shooting of this magnitude. We have not shied away from telling all of the horror, all of the loss, all of the devastation, all of the pain about this case. We hope that while there's no such thing as closure, there will never be closure. We'll never find closure. But I do hope that this will bring some measure of finality and justice to this terrible chapter.
Mr. Pryor?
Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, question, please.
No questions. I want to allow the families to be able to comment. It's about the families day. And so I'll allow them to speak, and then we'll come back, okay?
We will.
Thank you.
You will come back?
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we understand it, more family members of the Parkland victims expected to speak here momentarily. Let's listen in live.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's been 1,703 days since the murderer committed the mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. And if this was not the most perfect death penalty case, then why do we have the death penalty at all? There's no doubt about the fact that the verdict should have been the death penalty. I believe that our state's attorneys, okay, all of them, all of our state's attorneys, whether it be Mr. Sachs, whether it be Carolyn McCann, whether it be Jeff Marcus, Nicole, Stephen, Aaron, we could have not had a more perfect state's attorney group. No way. Mr. Sachs told me when we first learned that he was taking this case on, he said to me, I promise you that this will not just be another mass shooting. By the time we're finished with this case, every single person who was murdered, people will know who they are. They will not just be a name, but people will know exactly who they are, will know a face, and will know everything about them. And that's exactly what he did. You talk about being disappointed. We are all disappointed, okay? All of us, because they could not have done a better job. They could not have proven their case any better than they did. We all know their case was proven. But again, we have jurors, and there's no doubt in my mind that somewhere along when they chose their jury, They had to be told, I'm pretty sure, that, they would consider the death penalty. Somewhere along the line, one of those jurors had to have said, I know he committed these crimes, I know he deserves to be punished, but I can't be the one to put someone to death. And that is the only way that we did not get the death penalty. My son was murdered along with 16 other people, and this animal, still is going to now have life in prison without parole. And let me tell you something, as far as I'm concerned, he's probably going to get taken out sooner than later if he did get the death penalty. Because we know that a death penalty case, I believe in Florida, takes a lot longer. I think it's somewhere, the average is somewhere close to 18 years, I'd certainly be dead and buried before he would be. So as far as I'm concerned, the fact that he's going to go into some sort of general population, he's going to have to look over his shoulder every minute of the rest of his life. Just the way the fear in him, I hope he has the fear in him every second of his life, just the way he gave that fear to every one of our loved ones who he murdered or the students and people that he harmed. He should live in that fear, and he should be afraid every second of the day of his life.
Just to add, about fear, this is what my son saw. He saw the gunman as he turned and pulled the trigger. This is what the jury didn't think was worth capital punishment. Answer me why, how, that my son be shot by this animal like this. People need to see this. This is real. This is not a game. This is not a video. This is not a TV or a movie. This is real. The last thing my son saw was the gunman aiming at him.
And let me tell you something, we're not going to stop. I'm going to tell every single person here, we will never stop fighting. We are never going to stop fighting so that these animals can't go into, whether it's schools, movie theaters, places of worship, you name it. We're going to fight with them so we don't have to keep looking over our shoulder and wondering when we send our kids to school or our loved ones go to work at school or go to work anywhere, that we could possibly never speak to them again. We're going to continue to fight, and we're going to make sure that AR-15 and those assault weapons that killed our loved ones are taken off the streets. And that's what we are going to continue to do. Because this should not happen to anyone else. This should never happen. We should not have to worry about, even ourselves, walking around the streets that somebody's going to murder us with a gun that they illegally own or illegally own and have gone off the deep end somewhere and decided that they're going to take their anger out on someone else.
And this verdict today gives license to anyone who wants to claim they have a mental illness to kill people.
Sure, all I have to do is have a mental illness, not a problem. One of my attorneys is going to do a mitigating factor that I'm a human being. That's one of the mitigating factors. He's a human being, and that gives him him or her license to go in and kill people. This is ridiculous. This should be the case that makes people stop and say, oh my God, I better not do that because I can get the death penalty. This is the case now. You know what? I can do it, not a problem, and I can get off and I can have life in prison without parole.
Do you believe that one juror or more lied to get on this jury?
I won't say lied.
No.
Maybe when they were originally questioned, they thought they could do it, but when push comes to shove, maybe they realized that they couldn't.
We can't damn the jurors. Come on. If that's how I come across, I apologize. These jurors sat there since July 18th, day in and day out. Let me tell you something. They're the people that we need to give therapy to, because here they are. They watched. They went into the 1200 building. They saw all the autopsy photos. They saw some things that we never got to see, and you certainly didn't get to see. They did their job, there's no doubt about it. But when push came to shove at the very end, like all of the aggravating factors, they all checked them all off. There was no doubt about that those aggravating factors were all checked off.
Some of the other parents, it seemed they were laughing at it.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's going to have to be one at a time. It's hard enough to hear one. I'm sorry?
Your husband once wrote in the Sun Sentinel about having to sit through this and relive it.
This was 3 years ago.
Let me ask
This
you
was,
something.
this
Listen
was,
to me.
yeah.
How do you feel about it now that you've gone through it?
3 years ago, I didn't know a third of what I know through the trial. If I knew what I know now, back then, I would never have said what I said. Okay, this animal deserves to die. He hunted all these people. He planned this for months. I didn't know that he had planned it for months when I wrote that article. No, I take back everything I said in that op-ed. He should die.
And you mentioned that some of the parents who preceded you did seem like they were very angry, lashing out at the individual jurors. But you're saying that you don't believe the jurors themselves got involved. Do you have any sort of understanding of how one of them could have found a mitigating factor to spare?
There is no mitigating factor at all that could overshadow, okay, the aggravating factors. There are just none. And I'm not sure, I mean, I can't speak for them, but I'm not sure that, you know, maybe an hour after we were all let out of the gallery, that people's emotions didn't come out in ways that maybe, I'm not sure that it's really anger at the jurors. It's anger at, you know, it's anger at the sentencing. It's
anger at the system.
Yeah, it's
okay?
anger, really.
It's
You
really
know,
anger at
I
the
mean,
system.
you can't go after a juror. They did their job. They went day in and day out. I mean, it's not easy. But, you know, totally anger at the system. I mean, I know we have a legal system, but is it just? I mean, let's ask ourselves that question. We certainly do have a legal system. I'm not sure it's so just all the time.
Justice was not served today.
We saw you looking at your son's picture in the courtroom. Moving forward, now feeling that justice may not have been served for your son. Is it any different for you when you look at that picture? I know there's no closure, but now are you even more angry or?
There's never closure, okay? This is a chapter that's closed. I'm not sure of the epilogue yet because I haven't really been able to process. It's a chapter that's closed. I'm never going to get closure. I'm never going to get my son back, whether it was the death penalty or a life in prison without parole. Scott's not coming back, okay? That's just the way it is. I mean, a little aside, if you notice when they were talking about Scott and she was talking about the counts, they had a little bit of tumult, you know? That was my son. There's no doubt that was my son telling us, you know what, Mom, I'm here. But as far as closure, there's no closure. There's no closure when your son is murdered, okay? There is not. And for me, the anger stays here. Every once in a while, the lid gets taken off, but the anger stays here. The anger is always going to be here. And I'm going to tell you something. I never thought that I could be so ugly inside, but I wait and welcome the day that I get that call that tells me that that murderer was murdered in prison. And that's going to be a very happy day in my life.
And just one more thing. They talk about the victims, the 17 people who were killed. Every person in the Parkland community is a victim. Everyone. So don't play that down at all, okay? On February 14th, 2018, everyone here was a victim. February 14th is also my daughter's birthday. Imagine how we celebrate or don't celebrate her birthday. Imagine the fact that some of her friends don't like to call her on her birthday because they don't know what to say. My birthday is February 16th. I was making funeral arrangements for our son on my birthday. Everybody is a victim. There are no survivors of a mass shooting. There's different levels of victimhood, if that's a word. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name's Lynn Chen. I'm Peter Wang's cousin. I'm here with my aunt, Linda, over there. We are just shocked by this result, and it's just so unjust. I think many people, you know, we thought like, you know, there's a very clear cut, this monster killed 17 people. Like, how can that be, how can he live another day? And I feel a lot of jurors or the public do not really consider the factor of what happened, like, to the families, to the moms. My aunt has changed forever. She suffers from PTSD, and she constantly have hyperarousal. She cannot function normally. She cannot sleep, the constant insomnia. And we came here and thought that we could get a little comfort for my family, but no, they just pushed them further. And not just my aunt, all the moms that I saw in the fucking courtroom, they are suffering, and this result made them suffer even more. All the moms, now they are saying, okay, I guess this murderer who can murder my kid and still be alive. All their dads. They have to live knowing the fact that the murderer is in the jail every single day, breathing, eating, and getting help by their lawyers. Well, their kids was murdered on that day, and also, you know, they were murdered they got multiple shots. The shooter came back, and they are saying all the excuses about mental illness, not getting proper help. The murderer came back and repeatedly shoot at all the kids. What about the kids? What about the families? It's not about the shooter. Why can't they do something that's helping them? Also, in my knowledge, there have been at least 4 students committed fucking suicides. Suicides, we're not talking about that. These parents who are of these suicidal kids, where is their courtroom? That one juror or more made this decision, but the whole system do not know there's more people gonna die. Suicide, more school shootings. This is insane, right? Everyone knows, right? This is insane. We need justice. All of your kids need justice. All of your kids in school. And now more people are getting motivated to do this shit. My aunt's dying. This monster literally said, I'm not gonna say it, but he was happy to see people dying. He had a little smirk on his face today. We have been quiet. We've been trying to follow the law, believing the system would help us, but it didn't today.
Today, I believe justice was not done after spending months. Today, I believe justice was not done after spending months and months listening and hearing testimonies and looking at the murderer, his composure. I believe justice was not done. The wrong verdict was given out today. First, I want to thank Mr. Satz, Carolyn McCann, Jeff Marcus. They worked and worked tirelessly for us to get, or to find out today that we have been let down by the jury. I'm sorry, 17 people died, 14 beautiful children, 14, 3 adults dedicating their lives to educating children, died. And today we find out there's no justice for us. If this murderer had mental problems, he still managed to get a gun. He still managed to get an AR-15 to mow down our kids. Why was he allowed to get an AR-15? President Biden, it's been 4 years, and I've listened to countless shootings, one after another, traumatizing my family, traumatizing our neighborhood, traumatizing Parkland and Coral Springs. And today, the wrong verdict was given. Someone killed 17 people, attempted to kill another 17, and we let them get away with it. We should have had the death sentence given out today because he took 17 lives and he attempted to take 17 more, and it could have even been more, and he planned it meticulously. And now you have sent the message out there to everyone. It's fine, get an AR-15, get a semi-automatic weapon, and you will just get off by pleading that you're insane. It's the wrong message. It's been years and years and years listening to the news, hearing nothing but shootings in this country. And today we let someone off that murdered 17 people in cold blood. How do you describe someone dying as bursting open their head? What kind of people are we? There should be an automatic penalty for someone that does that. All the 17 families are so angered. We had to listen to how he just came back and finished off our loved ones. There is no excuse in this country to have weapons of war on the streets. And if you do not get that, then something is wrong in this country. And there was one person with a gun on the school premises that day that my daughter died, and he did nothing to go into that building and to tackle that murderer. And I'm sorry, I have to say, as a black woman, I have to sit there and listen to black men being shot multiple times over and over again. And this animal killed 17 innocent, beautiful kids and 3 dedicated teachers, and he got away with it today, as far as I'm concerned. Anyone that listened to the testimony over these past months can see that he planned it, he executed it, and he just waltzed out of that building.
Do you believe that if he had been black, the outcome would have been different?
Black men are mowed down. Innocent black men are mowed down all the time. The attitude towards kids, black kids in school, it's different. I don't want to make this a racial thing, but from my experience, there's more aggression towards black kids. So, I don't know. I can't say anything about that, but maybe Scott Peterson would have gone in and taken him out. I don't know.
Do you feel like the state let you down? Not the state attorneys, but the state of Florida, the jury system, the justice system?
Everything, everything. We moved from England, we came to this country. My daughter was a bright young girl. She couldn't even get into the gifted class because she was shut out. How do you get 100% on the test and get shut out? Everything in this country is just so wrong. Something needs to change. We need to do better. We need to do better.
What was it like to be sitting in there? You had to sit for 50 minutes listening to every single time, hearing her thing, and it just, what was that like, those 50 minutes?
I didn't even listen to when the medical examiner was, I wanted a picture in my head of Helena, how bright, how beautiful, how fun she was. I didn't want that ruined by the murderer. The murderer has put images into all of our heads of the disgusting thing he did on that day. That's all I can say.
I think you're going to be at Scott Peterson's trial?
If I can manage it, I don't know. This has been so exhausting. It's gone on for so long. Right now, I'm drained.
But you do hope he gets convicted for what he didn't do?
Yes, people are making excuses. Scott Israel said that he didn't have to engage. Why do you put that badge on? Why do you put that badge on if you're not going to go in and protect children?
Do you have any views on what happened with this jury? Not the aggravators, but yet the mitigators, do you have any views on the process or what could have happened?
I feel that the jury was convinced at the end when the when the defense team, especially the lady, kept on talking about soul. Oh, he had, you know, you're going to have to think about this for the rest of your life if you give him the death penalty. They try to guilt trip, but they're not realizing that we have to live with this. We have to live with not having Helena in our lives. He is nothing to us. He's a monster. He doesn't deserve, as she said, grace and mercy. He doesn't deserve any of that. He's allowed to breathe, get 3 meals a day. Where is my cousin? She's not here. I have to see my family go through the hell of this trial. We keep quiet because we're saying, okay, the system is good. We're going to get justice. It's obvious. 17 people, 17 children. And you cannot just say, give him the death penalty. This is going to be a precedent. What's precedent? Because basically, they can just say, well, look at this case. He shot up 17 people. I only killed 1 person. Why should I get the death penalty?
Yeah, I can pretend.
I'm crazy. Oh, and then they were talking about the mother was drinking, and that's why, because in the womb, he's that way. There's plenty of people that have drunk and had kids, and they didn't turn out into killers.
Mass murder.
Mass murderers.
I want to go deeper. As you know, February 14th in general is a national celebration. You've heard from some that have said that, you know, she had to deal with a sibling that died on her birthday. My uncle, that's his birthday. His daughter died.
On his birthday.
I had to deal with carrying my daughter in 2018 and delivering her in June, knowing that my aunt no longer has her daughter. You know, it's not okay. And so now we walk away with, especially for those who work in the school system, my mom's been a teacher for over 15 years. Why should I give my life to a system where I have to now be cop, teacher, defender? Why? You're not paying me enough for this. The sacrifice that and the burden that we've put on the school system by not rendering justice is huge. Who wants to lay down their, I mean, obviously you're going to do what you want to do, you're going to do, but it's a heavy burden that you're leaving and a heavy weight that you're leaving on these families. My daughter is 4, never got to meet her cousin. And this is how long this has been taking. And then today, to hear that, okay, well, he won't get parole, but he's going to just be able to be alive is more than disappointing.
Michelle Thomas.
My name's Sefina, S-E-F-E-N-A, Cooper. Thank you.
Helena's mother.
Hello there, folks. JB here with you live on WFLA Now, awaiting more. Let's go back live.
Hello. Good afternoon. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the prosecutors. Every single one of them were beyond excellent. I never thought I would be in this position, but here we are, and we couldn't have asked, I believe everybody is in agreement, to have a better team than the team we have. We are in shock, disgusted, something that is supposed to be extremely common, as all the other families have mentioned. How is this even possible? How are we standing here right now with this verdict when it should have been clear as day, extremely transparent, a death sentence? They've said it before, I'll say it now. If not now the death penalty, then when? When? And there is no excuse, nothing the defense said. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It shouldn't have been a case at all. No excuse for letting this piece of garbage breathe.
Well, here we are again, under these circumstances. We weren't expecting that this will be the verdict. The defendant accomplished his goal. The defendant made us feel bad, took us, our loved ones, away. The defendant saw the family suffering. The defendant fired 139 times, and he didn't do more because he didn't find anybody else to keep fighting. We are in the state that the death penalty is an option. After seeing the massacre that he did with all the 17th, plus other 17th, that they're crying and they're suffering, plus the entire community of Parkland, the entire community that belongs to Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, that they live with this pain, every single moment they're triggered with sounds is not served by death penalty. Why we have the death penalty as an option here in Florida? What is that for? That is my question. I am very proud to be having an amazing state team. They gave their passion. They came back from retirement. They believe that the justice has to be served. And it wasn't. I knew it wasn't because of them. It was because of one person wasn't agreed with the result. I can thank the jury. They were coming here day by day, as Linda said. But that was that person who disagreed, and he made that difference. And today we don't have the justice served because of that. That's very unfair, that everything has to happen just for one person that decided not to happen. So now we gotta keep going, and we gotta keep living, and we have to work our best to find our peace. We're not gonna let the defendant take more from us that he's been taking during all this time. I hope that you all respect our moments. This is something that we have to digest. We need to live with this new reality. We're ending this chapter. We are going to open a different one. We're not going to let that defendant take more away from us. That's for sure. And that's my advice to every single kid that was injured and they were lucky to be here today. Don't let the defendant take more away from you than he already did. So thank you for being covering all this time. I hope that you don't forget that this situation keeps happening every single day in the entire nation. And we need to serve justice everywhere. And everywhere, everybody needs to get the attention they need, because these situations are very painful for all of us. Mira, la sentencia de hoy fue algo que realmente no estábamos esperando. Las leyes de la Florida dan como opción la pena de muerte. Y este caso era el perfecto para determinar que la pena de muerte era la sentencia adecuada. Nosotros, las 17 personas que perdimos a nuestros seres queridos, hemos estado esperando durante todo este tiempo a que el trial, a que el juicio llegara. Todos los días nos sentamos allí esperando en nombre de nuestros amados y de aquellas otras familias que no podían hacerse presentes porque es muy difícil estar dentro de un salón, dentro de una corte, escuchando tantas cosas que tú no te imaginas que puedes haber escuchado y que pasaron ese día.
Que no sabíamos que habían sucedido incluso.
Entonces, yo les quiero decir que si este juicio no merecía la pena de muerte, entonces la justicia y el sistema está fallando. Habrá que hacer reformas, pero entonces nos adaptamos. Pero no nos deje esa opción y después no la use cuando realmente el peso de la ley tiene que caer en un 100% por el caso que fue.
¿Qué mensaje le envía usted al jurado, a estas personas que consideraron que aunque habían todos los factores agravantes, no era como para darle la pena de muerte?
Mira, los abogados defensores se encargaron de alguna manera de manipular información antes de ellos ir a hacer las deliberaciones. El jurado hizo el trabajo que tenía que hacer, se lo agradecemos, todos lo entendemos, pero aquella persona que decidió a último momento que la pena de muerte no era indicada para él, mira, de aquí en adelante yo me imagino que tendrá en su mente y en su corazón mucho que cargar encima. Él tiene el peso de la injusticia que cometió ante 34 personas y toda una comunidad que no tuvo el chance de ver el peso de la ley sobre esa persona, o sea, al que defendieron, al defendedor.
Y también el precedente que crea que una de las cosas que hemos estado diciendo las familiares de las víctimas, un precedente de un terror que se causó que ahora
Sí,
de
que
alguna
siga
manera
sucediendo.
exactamente, sigue sucediendo y que de alguna manera lo están apoyando. Entonces, mira, yo se lo voy a dejar en la conciencia de ellos porque no hay otra manera de que yo pueda hacer algo más. De nuestro lado, nosotros vamos a seguir tratando de traer conocimiento y hacer sentir a la gente la conciencia que hay que tener a la hora de hacer justicia. Y de que estas situaciones que se han venido repitiendo durante 4 años y 7 meses van a seguir ocurriendo si no todos cooperamos y trabajamos como miembros de una sociedad y miembros de un país, como es América.
Rapidito, a ti, como hermana que has vivido este juicio, ¿qué pasaba por tu mente cuando escuchabas caso tras caso, cómo iban leyendo la consideración del jurado?
No creo que puedo decir lo que me pasaba por la mente. Otra familiar lo comentó. Esto me trae unos sentimientos que yo nunca había tenido. Sentimientos muy negativos. Y es muchísima rabia. Muchísima rabia. Ya la tristeza, tú sabes, esa la vivimos todos los días. Pero entonces ahora es rabia y más rabia y más rabia y que no te lo puedo decir cuando apaguen las cámaras, si quieres. Pero, y una cosa más, que creo que estamos de acuerdo, la falta de respeto, de disrespect que tuvo la defensa con todos los familiares, yo quiero que eso sea algo que no se le olvide a nadie. The disrespect that the defense had with every single family member in that courtroom every single day. And don't get us wrong, we know they have to do their job. But you do not need to be disrespectful, have zero empathy. I mean, the things that came out of their mouths, McNeil, Curtis, Kate O'Shea, disgusting. Every single one of them, disgusting.
Sí. Mira, la consideración de parte de los abogados de la defensa fue nula. No hubo respeto, no hubo consideración, no hubo discreción a la hora de ellos manifestar y justificar acciones que en el momento se estaban discutiendo dentro de la corte, del salón de la corte. En ningún momento estas personas nos vieron con dolor o con empatía hacia el proceso que estábamos pasando. En los argumentos que estaban cerrando, la abogada nos señalaba como que si fuéramos basura. La familia, ni siquiera daba la cara. Eso no se hace. Yo entiendo que tú eres un profesional y como profesional tienes que mantener la postura hasta el final. Y eso no ocurrió de parte del grupo de la defensa, de ninguno de ellos. Todos y cada uno de ellos mostraron profesionalismo nulo ante la conducta y la actitud ante todos nosotros los familiares y allegados a este problema.
Pero ¿sabes a quién sí le dieron respeto, empatía, cariño, calor, no? Al asesino.
Gracias. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Took me a few minutes to collect my thoughts and to try to understand the emotions I was feeling after we heard the verdict from the jury today. As I was walking up here, I was informed that the vote was 11-1. One juror either didn't understand the facts in this case or was dishonest with themselves when they signed up to become a juror and would never have voted for the death penalty, because you cannot look at the facts of this case. Look at the cruel and inhumane way the 17 victims were treated. That he went back and shot again those that were already down on the ground. I've seen the video as part of the MSD Commission. I saw him walk up to Coach Hickson and shoot him in cold blood as Chris Hickson was lying there on the ground. I will never forget that video. I will never forget what I saw that day. How you can process the evidence that was presented to you. And let me pause for just a moment and thank the state's attorney's office for the grace, the kindness, the professionalism, and the absolutely perfect job they did in prosecuting this case. They did everything right. They presented all the evidence, and we heard time and time again, each of those jurors understood the facts that were presented and the aggravators, yet somehow one of them thought that the mitigators that were presented by the defense, and let me pause for just a moment and reiterate what's been said before, This is a defense team that we understand as families, they have a job to do. But the lack of empathy and humanity shown to our families by this defense team, it's indefensible. And to argue that life in prison without possibility of parole was somehow better because he'd get his inside, I couldn't believe my ears. I can't even imagine a defense attorney making that argument. That shows you how low they will go. And of course, in their concluding arguments, they wandered into the absolute absurd to try to find some rationale to defend. And it worked. It worked with one of the jurors, and we're very disappointed. We came here seeking justice. We were hoping for justice. And unfortunately, we didn't get it today. Let me make a point about the one. I don't want to focus so much just on this one juror. Had one person done their job at the school district, had one person done their job at BSO, I might not be standing here today. We might not even have needed to have this trial because we wouldn't be here today. And it's unfortunate that we have to be here. This is where we are. You just want to answer?
Yeah. I echo all the same thoughts that have been said. For me, I want the most important thing is for the world to know that my sister, Elena, and the 16 others that were killed, they were beautiful people, and it leaves me with anger, sadness, and emptiness to know that, you know, none of us will ever get to see them here again, and that they were cut short. And the fact that they allowed this murderer to get off with life in prison seems unjust to us. And to the real victims in this situation. That's all. Yes.
When you're sitting there and it's sunk in that they're not voting for the death penalty, when you realize that, what do you think?
I don't know how you can look at all the aggravators and vote yes on every single one of them. That the state did its job. It proved beyond a reasonable doubt that those aggravators were in fact aggravators. It was unanimous, all of them. 7 for 3 of the victims, the teachers and staff, and 5 for each of the children that were murdered in school. And come to the conclusion that somehow, you know, it's just one juror thought one or more of the mitigators was enough to override that. Look, this is how our system works. I get it. I understand. We knew going in that it needed to be a unanimous verdict with the jury. I just thought the facts were so overwhelming. The viciousness of what was done at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, I don't know how you can walk away. They saw pictures and videos that I haven't seen. We heard testimony from the doctors and the medical examiners about the absolute cruelty and indifference to the victims that the killer showed. I don't know how you can see that as a juror and walk away feeling good about that one juror did today.
Brian, I know you've been working a lot outside of the courtroom since all this happened. In your mind, was today going to be a moment of moving forward? Do you feel like you got that, or do you feel like this is just another day in an ongoing process?
Today I was hoping we'd close a chapter. We're going to close a chapter either way, right? Nothing will bring Elena back to us. I've come to that realization now over 4.5 years later. She's not coming back. My ability to explain it to my son, her brothers and her sister, my wife, still don't have the words to to explain what happened or why it happened. As much as I've learned about what happened and as much as I've seen evidence presented to the commission and otherwise, I still don't have an explanation for them that's good enough. She's not coming back. I knew that. But I had hoped that for all of the families, we would see some modicum of justice today, and we'll have to be satisfied with what came out of the proceedings today.
You were on the commission. You and Max probably know more about this than the other parents, just because of what you did. Do you think that Cruz should have been institutionalized or locked up long before February 14th, 2018?
It's clear that mistakes were made, and that there were warning signs prior to him acquiring a firearm and putting his plan into place. I mean, we heard testimony in the trial here. He's been a problem since kindergarten. He attacked other students in kindergarten. So the school district was certainly aware of it. His mother was aware of it. The community in general, I think, was aware of what the possible threat, but action wasn't taken. So the lesson coming from this is that there are warning signs. They are real. I've learned subsequent to this, that over 90% of these school attacks, there are warning signs exhibited prior to the attack. And if we'll take them seriously, which was not done in this case, they were not followed up on, we can prevent these tragedies from happening. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Max Schachter. My little boy Alex was one of the 17 victims, and coming in here today, we thought we were going to get justice. We thought that finally the Parkland murderer was going to be held accountable for his actions, and up to this point he had not. He was violent from age 3 years old. The teachers were scared of him. He was a menace in all the classes that he was in. He prevented all the other children from getting a good education, and all this time they prioritized his rights over the rights of all the other kids in his classes. And we finally thought that we were going to get justice. He planned this out. Everyone saw all the evidence that the state presented. He did research. He planned this out. He wore a JROTC uniform to disguise who he really was. He lied to the Uber driver so he wouldn't be found out, telling her that he had an instrument in there and he was in an orchestra. He is a sociopath, and he did this. He planned it out. It was premeditated. He said his intentions were to kill 20 people. The only reason he stopped was because he couldn't find anybody else to kill. He didn't think anybody was left in the school. And then he did this, and then for 3.5 years, he says he's not guilty. All of a sudden, he changes his mind, and he pleads guilty. He saw the writing on the wall. And we thought that we were going to get justice. We thought that he was going to be held accountable for his actions. All this time, he had no consequences. He was able to accumulate over 55 different disciplinary incidents in school. Law enforcement was at his house over 40 times, and he was never arrested. We thought that we were finally going to get justice for what he did to Alex and all the innocent others. And we're just devastated, my wife and I. We thought that we were going to get the death penalty today. It's so upsetting, dear, that one individual prevented that from happening. We sat through this trial for months, listening to all of this testimony from the defense, learning that people would call him, where he's received hundreds of phone calls telling them that they love him. It's unbelievable how you could love the worst high school mass murderer in history. It's it's just unbelievable. We're shocked and we're devastated.
Can I ask you one quick question? I noticed that some of the jurors, and maybe you noticed it, on the front row, there were two young men with the probation officer huddled in what looked like visible pain as this process was going on. The foreperson looking over at them with concern. To those jurors, did you see that? What were your reactions yourself as you saw that? There definitely seemed to be a striking difference in body language from those jurors.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw that. And I think what we're going to find out is that there was a lot of tension in that jury room. And, you know, we don't know what happened. We'll find out. But it was just, you listen to all the evidence and understanding what he did to murder, going up and down all those 3 floors of stairs and hunting down all of his victims, shooting them from down the hall, and then going over and executing them at point blank range. How could you not give him the death penalty? And I think that one juror that voted for life is going to live to regret that for the rest of his life.
One thing that also sticks with me, I did the building tour after the jurors of that 1200 building, and as we were listening to the judge reading the verdicts, I was thinking to myself, this person obviously, even with that experiential evidence, even seeing the exact spot where your son died, they still walked out feeling like the defense's reasons for life outweighed that. What goes through your mind?
I think the defense used tricks at the end to just make people feel guilty and try to get them to not focus on the facts. But you know, it was the jury's responsibility to make a decision based on the facts. The aggravators way outdid the mitigating factors. You know, we've had many people in our country that have been born and mothers have smoked or drank. They don't go on to become mass murderers. And to not punish the worst high school shooter in U.S. history after what he did to Alex and all the 16 others is just a travesty of justice, and it's just heartbreaking. Thank you very much.
A massive bit of news there, and let's bring back up the podium shot in the event that we do get someone else coming up to the podium. That according to Ryan Petty, Elena Petty's father, he was told 11 of the 12 jurors wanted the death penalty, and there was a single person, a single juror, who did not, sought life without the possibility of parole. I'm going to bring in now Bryant Camerano. Bryant joining us here live on stream of Camerano Law, of course, a well-known attorney here in the Tampa Bay area and friend of the program. You might have seen him before here on WFLA now. Bryant, I bring you in also cautioning you just as well as our other guests that we could have actually somebody stepping up to the podium here momentarily. But really quickly, just your reaction overall as we're introducing you to the stream for the first time.
You know, my reaction was quite candidly surprised at the verdict. I honestly thought they were going to come back with a recommendation of death because of the heinous and atrocious and how cruel. I was surprised at the verdict because, again, I thought the jury would come back with a death recommendation in light of the actions that we heard that Mr. Cruz took to commit the crime and how premeditated it was. And so I was surprised. But at the same time, there was one juror, from what I understand, if we're to believe what the one victim said, that there was one juror who didn't feel that death was justified. So sadly for the victims, that's the system, and that's how the system works. And we may disagree with it, but ultimately that was the decision, and the judge has to respect that. I think we all do. But I don't think that we can say that it's going to, that we can blame that one juror. I just think that, I think that the jurors, that one juror just didn't feel it was justified.
Brian, we're getting a lot of comment section comments, of course, and what we're going to do is we're going to ask our commenters that are still with us and who have been watching here on WFLA Now across Facebook Live and YouTube Live. You can ask your questions with hashtag HeyJB or hashtag HeyBryant. For Bryant specifically, Brian is going to be able to answer some of our legal questions. But the one that I have seen almost as much as any other in our comment section, this confusion, Bryant, over the jurors being named in the courtroom. Usually, you and I were talking just a moment ago as we were listening in to the press conference, but we usually hear it go, juror number 1, juror number 2, juror number 3, those confidential labels that are used to protect a juror's identity. In this case, the jurors' names were read aloud, and there's a lot of confusion in our comment section. Is that normal for Florida court?
It's not normal. Now, keep in mind, though, jurors are public record. So if anyone wants to access those jurors' names, they can do that. But is it normal to publicly announce them like that on TV? I've never seen that before. It is done, again, by number. Juror number 1, is this your verdict? Yes, it is. Juror number 2, is this your verdict? I don't think I've seen it where they've announced it publicly, much less on, live on TV as it's happening. So it did catch me surprised. I don't think there's any law that was broken because, again, the jurors are public record. So if somebody wants to research the jurors, they can find it. It's there. But I get, now the issue becomes, is there going to be any consequences, any ramifications to that one juror that voted against the death penalty? But I think that'll remain a secret. I don't think, unless one of the other jurors can open their mouth and say, this is who it was. So hopefully there won't be any consequences. But it is unusual, but I don't think it's illegal.
Can you explain to our audience Bridget is here in our comment section. Again, we're looking for your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyBryant questions and comments. We can feature them on screen if they use that hashtag or one of those 2 hashtags. But Bridget here is saying, and others have said the same thing, how can the vote not be unanimous? Juror size, Bryant, this being an attorney, matters tremendously. Sometimes in Florida, we'll see, fewer jurors on a jury, but with capital, right, it's 12, correct? Is that always the case?
Yeah, when it's capital, it's 12, and it's for a reason. You have to convince 12 people unanimously, hey, do these actions warrant taking someone's life, liberty? So it is 12. But I think that you also got to keep in mind is you got to know your jurors. And as I mentioned in an earlier interview that I gave, I don't know much about this county, but if this was a Pasco County case, a Polk County case, I think the verdict would have been unanimous death. There are some counties that are predominantly, you have minorities, you have more Hispanics, more African Americans who might disagree with the death penalty. And so I think that you got to know your county. So here, the defense team got lucky in that they were able to select one juror who said that, yeah, I can vote for the death penalty, but just maybe didn't feel it was justified in this case. So apparently there's a diverse makeup here in that county where this occurred, where some jurors don't believe in the death penalty, and those are the consequences you face when you select a jury, and it works both ways. I could be stuck with a jury that they all believe that it warrants death, and then the state might get a juror that, in this case, that disagrees. So I think it's a very interesting decision that they made.
Bryant, that's interesting to me, by the way, that you're talking about how the demographics, again, this being Broward County versus being maybe here in the Tampa Bay area, the demographics of that section of the state perhaps played a role, or you're making it seem as if, that you're confident that did in fact play a role. But let me ask you this. When a jury selection process is such an important and sometimes overlooked part of the process when we're talking about a trial, especially of this magnitude. So when you're looking for a juror, aren't you looking at somebody that is impartial to views on the death penalty, that you're looking to somebody who can have an overarching view of the case and not their verdict is not going to be rendered by their personal beliefs? Isn't that how it's supposed to work as far as jury selection goes?
Correct. That's how it's supposed to work. There are studies out there that show that jurors sometimes will lie. And I'm not suggesting that happened in this case, but there are studies that show that sometimes jurors will withhold information or exaggerate information or lie just to get on a jury panel, and sometimes to get off of a jury panel. So, I'm not suggesting that happened here, but studies have shown that sometimes jurors will do whatever it takes to either get off a jury or on a jury. So in this case, again, for whatever reason, the defense team did a good job in selecting that one juror that changed it from a complete unanimous death to a recommendation of life. So there could have been something that he said, or I guess it was a he, that he said that tipped off the defense to say, we want him. and maybe the state missed it, or maybe this guy did a great job in convincing everyone that he would follow the law, because I do agree there were more aggravating circumstances than extenuating, minimizing, mitigating circumstances. So something happened. Somebody let it slip, but it benefited Mr. Cruz in this case.
Let's bring up the next question out of the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. Again, Bryant Camareno of Camareno Law, our legal expert, our next legal expert, joining us here on WFLA Now to break this down. And before I do, let me just make this clear that we have no knowledge that there was a juror, of course, that had their prior feelings on capital punishment influence their decision here. It is, of course, entirely possible that they just heard the argument from the defense and listened to the mental health component of the trial and rendered this decision without letting their any possible pre-established bias come into play. But we have to point this out because there are so many people who are asking the question, like Bridget is here on our screen, #HeyJB, how can this vote not be unanimous? And we're just providing some clarity here for our commenters. We'll go over to Lorraine next. #HeyBryant. What would it take to overturn this verdict? People who are looking like Lorraine, who want there to be some alternative outcome. But as we've been communicating, Brian, it doesn't appear to be possible.
No, well, first of all, it used to be where it didn't have to be unanimous. Then they changed that. The U.S. Supreme Court changed it, said, hey, when you take someone's life, it's got to be unanimous. That's number one. Number two, double jeopardy prevents the state from now going back and saying, hey, let's appeal this decision. So by law, the state's stuck with the jury's recommendation, and so was the judge. So as to why it's not unanimous, we'll never know unless that one juror speaks out. But as far as any remedy, the state has no remedy in this case. Unfortunately, the victims have no remedy. They are bound by that jury's decision.
Another one, AG is asking you, Brian, can the family ask for another trial?
No, again, double jeopardy prevents that from happening. He pled guilty, accepted, if you quote, accepted responsibility for his actions. And I say that in quotes. I don't know if it was a strategic move. I don't know if it was something that he wanted or his public defenders recommended. But nonetheless, because he pled guilty and he's been sentenced, that's it. Double jeopardy prevents him from being tried again.
And these two are of a very similar theme, Brian, but I'm going to get them in here while we're on this particular theme. K Camp, #AJB, can the judge go against the jury's recommendation?
No, the law says they can't. It used to be, again, that the judge could override the jury's recommendation. Not anymore. The Supreme Court said, no, you're bound by it. Because again, this is the ultimate penalty that one can face. And so it's got to be unanimous, whereas before it didn't have to be, and the judge is bound by it. But again, it used to be, it was just a recommendation. The judge could do whatever he or she wanted, but not anymore. Now they're bound by the decision.
And lastly, Christy asking, can the state appeal the verdict?
Right. No, they cannot. It's a legal sentence. They cannot. The only way that so it's a legal sentence. So the answer to that is no. The only time that a state can appeal any sentence, if it's an illegal one, and I'll give you a quick example. If there's a minimum mandatory, let's say drug trafficking, and it's a 15-year minimum mandatory, by law, the judge has to give me a 15-year mandatory sentence. If the judge feels sympathy for me and gives me less, then it'll automatically, the appellate courts will reverse that. But in this instance, no, the law says that it's either death or life. And because the recommendation was life, the judge has to give life, and so the state cannot appeal.
I just want to get this comment coming in here from, we had a poll, folks, and let me just read this aloud. We had a WFLA Now YouTube Live unscientific poll, but we received, and I'll get an exact vote count for our audience, 11,488 votes on YouTube Live, and then also going over, I think we had a couple thousand on Facebook Live as well, but I'm focusing on YouTube here. 26% agree with the jury's verdict, 74% disagree with the jury's verdict. So that's, again, unscientific results from an international audience that watches us here on WFLA's YouTube page. Let It Be is one of the 26%, I would imagine, saying #HeyJB, what's the problem with no death penalty? Isn't it a worse punishment to be in prison for life and suffer and think about what you did for life? And this is really, Bryant, and you don't have to, comment on this specifically, but I just know that at the core of the argument is whether or not which is considered to be the correct punishment. And Nikolas Cruz has indicated that he was, he was very much. I want to make sure I have this right, but he would have been okay with what the parents had determined would be the appropriate penalty. In this case, we've had just one after the other parents coming up to the podium here and speaking out against the jury's decision, and of course, wanting the death penalty. I haven't heard a single parent of any of the victims come out and say that they support this decision. But this is at the core, Bryant, of not just this death penalty case or this capital case, but all across the state of Florida.
Well, exactly. That unscientific demographic that you just pointed out shows that there are people out there who do not support the death penalty. And so an overwhelming majority in that unscientific poll said, yes, they would have recommended or preferred death. But you had a 26% that said, no, they're okay with that. And so here, 12 jurors out of that 12, one said, I'm not for it. Now, whether he was not for it just as a matter of principle or just didn't think it applied in this case, that just shows you how the system can work, and I know that the victims, God bless them, they wanted the death penalty, but, they did put their faith in the 12 jurors, in the system. He pled guilty. He's not going anywhere. Life without parole is life without parole. He's going to die in prison. Again, I'm not justifying the verdict, but I think that there's some justice there. And quite candidly, I wouldn't be surprised. And again, we don't wish anyone any harm, but, he's a young man and being in prison is not an ideal place for a young man like him. So, there's a potential danger there for him as well. So, again, I'm not suggesting anyone wants anything bad to happen to him, but it's not going to be an easy life for him. I can tell you that he's going to be looking over his shoulder for the rest of whatever his life may, whatever's left of it.
And that's a perfect segue into this comment from Mammy. Hashtag HeyJB, will he get special treatment being that he has claimed in this trial to be of the result of everything that has transpired, mental illness?
What's going to happen is they're going to screen him at prison. They're going to screen him for suicidal tendencies, homicidal tendencies, any risk factors that might include escaping. And if he doesn't meet any of that criteria, then most likely they'll put him in a population, maximum security, with other offenders that have committed crimes just as heinous as he has. The danger is, though, that this is a young man who committed this crime, and who knows, he may have been planning this for many, many, many years. But I don't know if you can liken him to someone who has a history of killing people, death row, or even just like maximum life penalty, life for people who are serving life, who have a history of robbing people, hurting people, killing people, who got off one way or another. That's who he's in danger from, because, this guy does not meet that profile of someone who would go out and just periodically, randomly shoot at people. So the answer is no, he's not going to get any special treatment as long as he's not suicidal or homicidal. If he's either one of those, then yeah, they'll put him in solitary. But his age, now they're going to put him in general population with other offenders that are similarly charged as he is.
I'm going to get to the Facebook comments in just a second, but really quickly, I want to hone in on what you just talked about. You have mentioned that he had to look over his shoulder. Is solitary confinement, which in and of itself is right. And mental health experts have talked about how taxing that is, how solitary confinement in and of itself is a very, very harsh penalty for somebody, because you're basically spending, the rest of your life in isolation. Is that a possibility, solitary confinement, for the Parkland shooter? And how much of his day, Bryant, could be spent all by himself staring at a wall, in essence?
I think what's going to happen is, again, if he's screened by experts at the prison to be a suicidal risk or a risk to other inmates, then there is a good chance they could put him in solitary. And you're absolutely right. That's, from what I've been told by clients that have been placed in solitary, even if it was just a 30-day punishment because they brought in contraband, they brought in a cell phone. It's just the worst situation to be in, because you're alone. You're allowed maybe to be released 1 hour a day. That's it. And then 23 hours stuck in a room. So the answer is that it won't be easy, but I don't think he's going to automatically qualify for it unless, again, they deem him to be a risk to himself or to others. But yeah, if he's in solitary, it's not going to be an easy life for him.
No.
And if they think he's a threat to himself for the rest of his sentence, then yeah, he could conceivably be in there for the rest of his life.
Facebook Live, we're coming your way with these comments in just a second, but I want to just touch on this again with Bryant, because this is a interesting point, and people who feel, there have been commenters who have been expressing, Bryant, that that they believe that the shooter has gotten off easy, quote unquote, and of course that has been echoed by the victims' families in the press conferences that we have been bringing you here. But if it's solitary confinement, you're dealing with the rest of your life being in isolation for 90+% of the day. That in and of itself is a awful life. It's an absolutely awful life. It is a life, but it's an absolutely awful life. If you are not in solitary confinement and with the general population in the prison, so to speak, as you mentioned, it's then becomes a life of looking out over your shoulder and looking out for potentially your own safety. Has been communicated, of course, on with previous cases that we have covered. But Bryant, either way, I noted earlier, it's not as if the Parkland shooter is going to a 5-star Hilton. He's not going to a resort. It's not as if that his life is going to be glamorous in any way, even though we have had some commenters who have been asking about whether or not he is going to be able to receive mail. Is he going to be able to communicate with the outside world or work on a book or something to that nature? Can you speak to what his life would be like, whether or not he's in solitary confinement for the rest of his life?
Well, so first of all, ask any inmate who's been in prison for, even if it was just a year, they'll tell you that was the worst year of their life. And so imagine someone who's spending the rest of his life. Listen, I've had seasoned gang members, people who have lived their life on the streets, who lived their life battling people, fighting people, shooting people, who write to me and complain that rival gang members are out to kill them and that it's a miserable life. So, and I'm guaranteeing Mr. Cruz is not going to be well liked when they're going to deem him as an easy target. And so I think, it's not going to be, he didn't get off lightly. I get it. And I respect that the family wanted something more serious, the death penalty. But, if he's stuck in confinement, he maybe gets a TV set, maybe, I doubt it, but a radio perhaps. But these are all privileges, mail and phone. These are all privileges. These are not rights. So if he misbehaves, that's going to be taken away from him. So it's not going to be an easy life for him. And then, again, if he's placed in the population with other life inmates, I'm telling you, he's going to be an easy target because they're either going to try to recruit him, in a gang or a white supremacist group or a Spanish group, whatever the case may be. And if he rejects that, then he's in danger from them. And if he accepts membership, then he's going to be a danger from the rival gang members within the prison. So I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy life. Again, all you have to do is ask anyone who served 1 year, much less life, and they'll tell you it's not an easy life, and they cannot. And a lot of them regret. Now there are others that are just institutionalized who don't know better. They lived all their lives in some form of detention or another, and they can't wait to go back. But Mr. Cruz, I don't think is that guy.
Let me point out that if you talk to any state corrections official, they're going to tell you that, of course, that they keep security within their prisons at the highest of priorities, and that making sure that inmates are not subjected to internal versions of justice from other inmates. They take that extraordinarily seriously. However, the reality, Bryant knows it, I know it, we've reported on it in the past, that there have been instances within our prison system of inmates, using and executing their own brand of their version of justice, and then of course they are then penalized for the crime of going at another inmate. It's just the reality of what goes on inside our correction system. And while I would imagine that state correction officials are going to do everything that they can to make safety the highest of priority so that doesn't happen, Bryant is noting here that is just, as far as an inmate with this level of doing something extraordinarily evil and heinous. The reality is that if the Parkland shooter is located in the prison with the general population, I think what Brian is saying is likely very accurate, that he will have to look over his shoulder whenever he is located near and within distance of other inmates. Let's get to some of the other comments that are coming in. Facebook Live, I have not forgotten about you. Lisa says, hashtag HeyJB, does quote unquote without parole really mean without parole, Bryant?
The answer is yes. It used to be that parole life included parole, the possibility of parole. You had to apply for it, and if they accepted it, then you were released. But no, now I want to say what Governor Jeb Bush changed that. Now, life without parole is life without parole. So there's no way he's going to get out. Now, somebody asked me earlier, what if a future governor changes the law? That's a possibility, but it's not likely because politically, I can't see somebody running on that campaign. Hey, I'm gonna change the law so now they get more game time, more good behavior, or reinstate parole for someone like Nikolas Cruz. I can't imagine any politician would do that. So for as of now, it's life without parole. It's just that he's not going to get out.
Let's go to this comment really quickly, and it comes in from Sandra. It is a lengthy comment, and it reads as follows. Hashtag HJB and Mahsa, who was with us previously, isn't life without parole cheaper than the death penalty? Death drags the parents through countless appeals and having to relive that horrific day over and over again, not to mention that it costs taxpayers a whole lot more than a life without parole sentence. I see you shaking or nodding your head rather, Bryant. Do you agree?
I agree. In fact, when I was in law school, I did a study on that. And I forgot the numbers. It's been 30 years since I graduated from law school, but the numbers are disproportionate. The cost of an appeal process, because an appeal of the death sentence is a matter of right, and then any collateral attacks that he may incur, it's much more expensive than maintaining his life in prison. The budgets are if you compare it to the disproportionate, it costs more money to put someone to death than to maintain them. So from an economic standpoint, the state is saving money. From a justice viewpoint, I don't think, the family members care about that, but it's much more expensive to punish someone with the death penalty.
Bryant, I know that your time is precious. We really appreciate you joining us. And before we let you go, I just want you to speak again, now that you've had an opportunity to really process the magnitude of this verdict, of this sentence. And then according to, again, Ryan Petty, Elena Petty's father, he was told, and look, this is something that we're attributing directly to him, that 11 of the 12 jurors wanted the death penalty and one was a holdout against it. I just want to get your overall reaction to this verdict, because I think that there are a majority, I think it's safe to say, based on our poll results, a majority of people do not support this decision. There is a lot of shock in Parkland and really across the country and around the world. So the floor is yours to, now that you've processed this decision, what do you make of it?
So again, we were taught in law school, you always respect the jury's decision, whether it's a guilty verdict in favor of you or a not guilty against you. You're taught to respect. You may disagree with it, but you're taught to respect it. And I think you'll hear the prosecutors in this case say the same thing. We're disappointed, but we have to respect it. So I think society has to respect that the one juror decided not to do that. But we may disagree with it. But again, I don't want anyone to lose sight that it's not going to be an easy life for Mr. Cruz. No matter what would have happened today, the poor victims that died would not come back. And I understand that some jurors would want that type of closure, but this young man's going to live the rest of his life. And I guarantee you, he's going to be a target. And it's sad. I mean, look what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was just murdered by a fellow inmate. He's going to be targeted, and not that we wish any harm. It's not going to be an easy life. And so there'll be some justice in that regard, that this young man's not going to be happy. He's going to be miserable for what's left of his life. And so, that's the form of justice that we have to respect.
Let me get you out on this, a follow-up question, just because this is something that was on the tip of the tongues of just about every parent who came up to the podium, or every relative that came up to the podium and spoke. They made a very clear point that they believe it is of their opinion that this opens the door for more mass casualty violence here in this country. That if somebody can go and methodically execute a plan to execute as many people as possible with an AR-15 inside of a school where students are supposed to be safe, and kill 17 and injure 17 more, that if that person is not going to receive the death penalty in a state that happens to have the death penalty, that opens the floodgates for potential mass casualty violence across the country. I'd like to just get you out on your response to the parents saying just that.
And I'd love to answer that because the same was said of the movie theater case, the shooting that happened in the movie theater case where that defendant was found not guilty. People were in fear. Oh, that means more people now can shoot. You're going to get shootings regardless. I mean, downtown Tampa, unfortunately, we're getting shootings almost every other weekend, and it's a sad. And so this verdict is not going to send a message to someone, hey, I can mass kill somebody and go to prison for the rest of my life. No, because if you commit the same crime in another county where they like Polk County, chances are you're going to get the death penalty. So I hate to say this, but death penalty is not a deterrence. I think it's necessary in some instances, but people are not committing crimes that they're thinking, oh, I'm going to get the death penalty one day, or I could get it. They don't. If they're going to commit a crime, they're going to do it regardless. Okay, especially in Florida. So I think that it's not going to send that message. I think if you're going to commit that type of crime, there's something wrong with you, not legally insane, but there's something wrong with you if you're out there shooting 17 people, or you're going to be held responsible. So this is not going to be a deterrence. Even if he had, and I hate to say this, but even if he had been recommended the death penalty and that was imposed, I hate to say this, but we're still going to have mass shootings. This is something different that's going to have to happen at a political level, at the government level, where something has to be done there. And one of the victims suggested that too. I think she was from England. She came to this country expecting the best for her child. And now, she comes from a country where there are no AK-47s, that are accessible. And look, now she's a victim of that. So this is not going to send the wrong message. Nobody wants to spend the rest of their life in prison. If you're going to commit that crime, you're going to do it anyway.
Bryant, we really appreciate your time, and I want to give you the opportunity to let, if you'd like to do so, you can let people know how they can follow you on social media. I know that you're active on social media, and of course, Camareno of Camareno Law, Bryant being of Camareno Law here in the Tampa Bay area, who is one of our go-to legal experts here on WFLA Now and at WFLA News Channel 8. So folks that would like to continue to follow you, Bryant, how can they do so?
Yeah, just Google my name. I'm on social media, LinkedIn, Twitter. Just Google Bryant Camareno, and you'll see I'm all over the internet on different platforms. So they'll find me, and if they need me, I'd be more than happy to help.
Bryant, we really appreciate your time and your expertise. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll see you again at some point on WFLA Now. Thank you for joining.
Take care, sir. Thank you.
All righty. Bryant Camareno, everybody. Really appreciate his time as we're here live on WFLA Now. Let me get to, I read out the YouTube live poll results, but let me explain, and I did this on Twitter a short time ago. There's a big difference between our Facebook Live and YouTube Live poll results, and let me explain why. You're going to see it here on your screen in just a moment. Facebook Live, we know because we have numbers that show us who our Facebook Live audience is. Our Facebook Live or our Facebook WFLA Facebook audience is 2.2 or 3 million followers or something to that degree or somewhere in that neighborhood. And our Facebook audience is more locally comprised, more of the Tampa Bay area, more from here in the state of Florida. And we have about 500,000 subscribers on the WFLA YouTube page. But amongst our subscribers and just YouTube in general, we are going to have more of an international audience on YouTube Live. I know from doing a lot of live streaming. And I know as I read your comments that when I go to Facebook Live, it is more likely to be Tampa Bay related or Florida related. And when I go over to YouTube Live, we'll get people that join us from the UK. Hello to folks in the UK. We get people that join us from South Africa. Hello, South Africa. People that join us from other continents, other countries that have just a different set of values and like to stay in touch with American news and in particular Florida news and just like the brand of journalism that we bring here on WFLA Now. So the YouTube poll results, which I'll mention again, which includes more of an international audience, is 26% in favor of this verdict and 74% against this verdict. If you go over to the 3,000 votes that we have, about a third of the votes, but still in the thousands, this is an unscientific poll. We ask, do you agree with the jury's verdict? 82% say no, and 18% say yes. I am not a statistician. I'm not a pollster. But I know from streaming enough and doing hundreds of polls here at WFLA Now, I know our audience, and I know that this poll on a Facebook Live, unscientific, but it comprises more of a local Tampa Bay audience and a Florida audience. Meanwhile, the YouTube Live poll results are more international, and you can see it reflected here. That is a pretty significant difference as far as percentage points go. That is a percentage point difference of 8 percentage points. That's a lot. when we're talking about receiving 15,000 votes overall. We're now up to 12,000 on YouTube and 3,000 on Facebook Live. So pretty significant. And it goes to show that there is I believe I can speak about this in generalities, that there is there's a lower tolerance for the death penalty outside of the United States, where many people can't believe there. We've had some comments in our comment section today. We've had people join us, say that they're joining us internationally and are in disbelief that the United States carries out executions through our legal system. That people that just can't grasp that concept. So that's just the reality of our legal system here in the United States. We do have the death penalty. It is not in every state, but Florida is absolutely one of them. I want to get to a clip that we have now, and saying hello again to our YouTube audience. Who's still here with us with our YouTube audience? Please just say hello. And I know that Gemini just commented, Floridian here. Let us know. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from. The Blaines says hi from Delaware. Gemini says Floridian here. This is a good sampling of, at least at this stage in the live stream, where people are joining us from. The lady says prayers from Texas. Saeidi says hello from Great Britain or the UK. It comes up as both. Debbie says hello from North Florida. Purple Girl says hello from the Space Coast. Renee is joining us from Minnesota. Scar says hello from South Africa. Jennifer from Boston. Pamela from North Carolina. We have a lot of Carolina viewers, which I thought was interesting. A lot of folks from North and South Carolina join us. A bunch of people from Ohio commenting. CJ Drake from Pennsylvania. Fine Wine from North Texas. We've got Lumpy Space Princess. How's that for a name? Joining us from Canada. David from West Virginia. So a lot of Americans. Steel Magnolia. Hello from Chile. That's hello to you, Steel Magnolia from Chile. Fabio is joining us from the UK. Angie from Oregon. I'm just going to shout out another dozen or so here. Carolyn, #AJB, New Jersey here, joining us from New Jersey. Yeah, it's Halloween season when you've got a profile picture like that. Let's go to, and again, if it has the hashtag, I can feature you on screen. Hello, Duty Ron, joining us from New York City, friend of the program. We'll get you, we've got Jen Sky listening and watching from Arizona. Kitty is joining us, hello, from the north of England. Hello there to you folks. And this is also good. It reminds us where our viewers are watching from and how many of them are international. I'll go over to Facebook Live really quickly. Fawn says, hello from New Jersey. Renee is joining us from, let's see here. Where's that? That is New Brunswick, Canada. Windsor, Ontario, Canada says Chris. Gerald says Pennsylvania. Braden says hello from South Carolina. Mia is joining us from New Mexico. Donna from Indiana. And Julie from Tampa, Florida, as well as Maureen from Tampa, Florida. So, look, clearly on YouTube Live, there is just more of an international audience than we have on Facebook Live. Let's just really quickly go over to, I got to say hi to TikTok. Didn't forget about you, TikTok. Love and Life says hello from Minnesota. Tina, who commented earlier, says hello, #AJB from Indiana. And looking for some others here, not seeing too many others. Gina, that's a great question, and I'll try to bring that up to one of our I don't think there's any going back from this decision, Gina. Again, on TikTok Live. At WFLA JB on TikTok, too, folks, if anybody wants to follow me over there. So I'm going to play back a clip here from Governor Ron DeSantis, who is up for re-election here in Florida. And he was down in Lee County talking about the recovery efforts from Hurricane Ian. Before he did so, very cognizant of the fact that he was going to get asked this question by the media regardless, he decided to begin his press conference with talking about the Parkland school shooting verdict. This is what he had to say back in 2 minutes on WFLA Now.
Before I get to today's announcement, I just want to say one thing about this verdict with the Parkland killer. I think that if you have a death penalty at all, that is a case where you're massacring those students with premeditation and utter disregard for basic humanity, that you deserve the death penalty. And so the jurors came back. Apparently it was 11-1 with one holdout refusing to authorize the ultimate punishment. And that means that this killer is going to end up getting a same sentence of people who've committed bad acts, but acts that did not rise to this level. I just don't think anything else is appropriate except a capital sentence in this case. And so I was very disappointed to see that. I'm also disappointed that we're 4.5 years after these killings and we're just now getting this. You know, they used to do this. He would have been executed in 6 months. He's guilty. Everybody knew that from the beginning, and yet it takes years and years in this legal system that is not serving the interests of victims. So I was very disappointed to see that. I've been, you know, it's unfortunate circumstances, but I've become friends with a lot of the parents of the victims of Parkland. Of course, we've taken a lot of action in Broward County, getting rid of the sheriff, doing a special grand jury, getting rid of those school board members, and then doing more on school security than any state in the country, $750 million since I became governor, and we were happy to do that. But I think this one is, you know, this stings. It was not, I think, what we were hoping for, and so it would have been a situation where if that would have gone the correct way, I would have done everything in my power to expedite that process forward. Nevertheless, we are where we are today, but it is disappointing nonetheless.
An emphatic response by Governor DeSantis, who believes that, I mean, he said there was a time when in this sort of situation, somebody would have their case heard and then sentenced to death within 6 months, or I think he put it executed within 6 months. Of course, I don't remember any case in recent memory, I can say, where somebody didn't have a lengthy appeals process to delay a state authorized execution. So that is Governor DeSantis giving his opinion. He led the press conference with it and wanted to share it with you, our audience. And let me just really quickly, because it's fair and I try to be balanced. I strive. I don't even say, I don't want to say I try to be balanced, but I strive to be balanced. I am going to go to Charlie Crist, is Governor DeSantis' opponent, and I just would like to give his view, if any, on social media, the opportunity. I don't have any clip of him today speaking in the aftermath of this, but let's see if there is something on Twitter that I can read. I'm looking here. Charlie Crist. Again, folks, this is part of what we do in our business. Trying to, here it is. Charlie Crist tweeting out again. I don't have a clip, so I'm doing my very best here. If I did have a clip, I would play it. But Charlie Crist, who is the gubernatorial opponent to the incumbent, who you just heard from, Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida, Charlie Crist, Democratic opponent, tweeting out 2 hours ago as follows: "There are crimes for which the only just penalty is death. The Parkland families and community deserve that degree of justice. I will continue to pray for healing for the families and every person impacted by this tragedy." So Charlie Crist, Governor DeSantis, despite their completely, as it normally feels, completely opposite views when it comes to the future of Florida and the future of our country, agreeing here that the only just penalty was the death penalty. And that, again, coming directly from Charlie Crist, his official Twitter account, @CharlieCrist. Folks, we've been live for approximately 5.5 hours. We are going to stay here with you live for maybe another 10 minutes or so, but let me please make this clear to our audience that I will not be, Yadira, it's very kind of you to ask, but this is not the platform for my opinion. This is the platform, hashtag HeyJB is a vessel for us for you to communicate with us. That's why we use hashtag HeyMahsa, or hashtag HeyBryant, or hashtag HeyWalt, or hashtag HeyJustin, hashtag HeyJosh. Any of these, that hashtag system was designed not for me to give my opinion, but for you to give yours. And so I will not be given my opinion. But I will say this. I will say this. I was surprised just because I have consumed a lot of legal analysis from friends of the program and non-friends of the program. I've been following a lot of social media activity in regards to this case, and there was a general belief that this was going to lead to the death penalty. So based on legal analysis, I will just add that I am surprised by this result. Mona, hashtag HeyJB, I would love to hear Grady Judd's response. I can tell you what Grady would say. And it would be emphatic, loud, and extraordinarily one-sided. And it would be something to the effect of, did you hear what I said? The Parkland school shooter should be executed. It would be something to that effect. And yes, he does say almost after every emphatic statement that he makes at his press conferences, did you hear me? Did you hear what I said? So he would have I'm sure, a very pro-death penalty response to this. Looking here at some other commenters. Julia, that's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, look, homie, clown, hashtag HeyJB. A lot of people wanted the shooter killed. Yeah, look, that's the reality. That's our poll results. Between 74 and 82% of our unscientific poll results point to, this being a case where the public wanted to see the death penalty exercised. Lizbeth Marty, hashtag HeyJB. Can the judge still overturn the jury verdict? No. We've answered that a bunch of times, but I'll just communicate on behalf of our legal experts. The answer to this is no. Tranquil Pilot, hashtag HeyJB. The Supreme Court decisions are made on majority rules, but jury decisions need to be made on unanimity. That's I don't know if that's the correct spelling, but that's a tough one to spell, Tranquil. And you use hashtag bonkers. Look, that's the, and we're talking about the Supreme Court is apples. The a court that is hearing a capital crime case is oranges. It's just different. They're different matters that come up to different courts in our country. And while the 9 SCOTUS judges do need usually just a majority to make a ruling, it's just not that case when you're talking about someone's life. It's got to be unanimous in Florida. And it's because we're dealing with somebody having a pulse or not having a pulse, someone being allowed to live or not being allowed to live, someone being executed or not being executed. That there's, look, dealing with somebody's life is it just rises to a very, very high degree of what is considered within, within the expertise of legal minds in our country. Look, it's got to be unanimous if there's going to be an execution. That's just the way that our system works. There are people who don't even believe that should be allowed. There are people that don't even believe that there should be the death penalty to begin with. So I'm not surprised that there's a very, very high criteria that has to be met for someone's life to be, to legally come to an end. Nostalgic, I don't want to bring your comment on screen because I'm afraid of what might happen if I do. But I will say that I very much, look, if there is that one juror that was the holdout, I'm sure that there are going to be conversations about, look, they did a public service. And though you might not agree with that one juror's opinion, that was them executing their public responsibility and carrying out their public service to their county, to their state, and to their country. So it has to be, look, yeah, I don't want to bring up that comment on screen just because I understand what you're asking, but I'm sure that is on the radar for folks, for law enforcement in the county. Again, it's got to have hashtag HeyJB without spaces for it to like be very bright on my screen here. This screen in the comment, you can see it here. There are certain comments that have a yellow stripe That's because it has hashtag HeyJB without spaces. If you do that hashtag, I can pluck it and animate it, but if it doesn't have it, I can't. So that's how it works. So yeah, Michelle here, one of our great moderators, hashtag HeyJB to have your question highlighted or pulled up on screen. We value you as part of the conversation. That's why Michelle and our moderators are so great. And really quickly about moderators, there are going to be a new crop of moderators coming soon. We're reviewing the applications that came in, and I believe that we're not accepting any more applications at this time. But we received about, I think it was about 20 or so. I think it was closer to about 15 or so applicants for WFLA YouTube moderator status. That is currently under review, and emails, whether you do or do not get accepted as a WFLA YouTube moderator, you will get an email explaining whether or not you did get the wrench, so to speak. Laura, if it was a simple majority, Laura Connor, hashtag HeyJB, I wish they would let the families decide what to do for a verdict. Look, that's just not the way that our legal system works. But if it did, I believe that a majority of the families of the 17 victims on your screen would seek the death penalty. But again, the New York Times reported that there are certain family members of some of these victims that don't believe in the death penalty. Now, look, I don't know how well that holds up today, but that's, again, according to the New York Times, who did a lot. They did a lot of reporting on down in South Florida, and they said that there were certain family members of some of the 17 victims here that did not believe in capital crime and in capital punishment. And so even if you replace the 12 jurors with one representative for the 17 on your screen, Laura, I don't know if we would have a unanimous decision even then. We might. I don't know. Again, today was a day where emotions were running extremely high, and I can't speak to every single one of the families of every one of the 17 victims, but that's what the New York Times reported. Now, I believe it, and again, it comes down to personal belief as to whether or not you believe in the death penalty. A few more comments before we have to wrap up our stream. Eventually, I do need to eat and drink some. Well, no, I do have my cup right here. I do have my cup, and yes, I am a diehard Yankee fan. So go Yankees. However, let's keep things as far as subject matter on the subject matter. Our focus on the subject matter at hand. Excuse me. It's hard to talk and read your comments at the same time. David, thank you. That's a very kind comment. Bella Harvey, hashtag HeyJB. Why does the U.S. only have the death penalty in a few states and not the whole of the United States? We are the United States, but we are not a single state. We have federalism in this country to a certain extent, but there is no one singular body that mandates that every state has to be in unison with every law of the land. Some states in this country have the death penalty. It is part of the freedoms that each individual state has to establish their own law under the U.S. Constitution. But we do not live in a country where every single state has to have the same laws. Look, there's federal law, and federal law supersedes state law. But federal law is limited in scope to allow for the states in this country, each individual state, to have their own freedoms and their own constitutions and their own ability to dictate certain laws as they see fit. So that's just a very dumbed down version of the explanation. I'm sure if I had a constitutional scholar on, they'd be able to explain it with a whole lot more, just a way more thorough explanation. But that's basically overall how it works. Sarah, I'm not naming the jurors, and I'm not, I know that believe me, I'm very well aware that those jurors' names were read out aloud. I'm not going to be repeating them. I believe in juror confidentiality. And so I will not be reading those jurors' names aloud. I see that you're looking for that, but I'm just not going to do it. You know, the jab, hashtag HAB, hello from Baltimore, hello from Tampa. What about the kids that witnessed this horrible tragedy? By now, they have already been provided with any and all therapy that they require. I would imagine that they do require therapy and have required therapy. If you were in that building that day, there is no chance that that hasn't haunted you, seeing somebody so callously executing people with little regard for human life or no regard for human life. So I understand that we're thinking about them today too. Just because you weren't among the 17 injured or the 17 killed doesn't mean that you weren't, didn't suffer injury that day. I believe in mental injury as well as physical injury. And so I look, thinking about those people today, because when so much of what we do as far as the media centers in on this, and people in Parkland have to relive the horrors of that day, that is an unintended consequence of us doing the jobs that we do. I would love to never have to talk about this ever again so that people have peace of mind. But we have to document history, and we have to present you with information and have discourse so that we, as Americans and just as human beings in general, can figure out how to do this thing called civilized life and figure out what is the best course of action and the best response to evil, because evil is real. It will always be real. It will always be present. And how we respond to that, and how as a civilized society we react to evil, is something that has to be done collectively and not by one single person dishing out their own brand of vengeance or justice or punishment. I hope that makes sense. Swati, no. Can the decision be reappealed? No. This is it. This is it. Yeah, look, Alan says countries have abolished the death penalty, and I'm very well aware of that. I can't list out the ones that have versus haven't, but very well aware of that. Look, the Parkland shooter is not going to be getting the lethal injection, but Danny says, hashtag AJB, who gives it? It's done in the Florida State Prison. It is done, it is usually done with witnesses, and the witnesses component of it, it's done by authorized medical personnel with the Florida State Correction System. And so as far as the process, there are witnesses who watch. My wife, a former journalist, was once a selected journalist to witness an execution. And why is that done? It is done for transparency reasons and for somebody from the public, in this case, a member of the media, to be able to witness this and discuss for people what the process was like, how it was carried out, whether or not it was executed, or whether or not the process was done correctly. And so that's why there are witnesses who were usually present. And that's something, look, for us, as far as I've never witnessed an execution, my wife has. That is something that is very, in and of itself, it's a extraordinarily, it comes with a lot of weight, mental weight. And to see the last moments of somebody's life and to see our legal system carry out a approved of execution of a human being, that is something that is very, very difficult, I would imagine, to witness. And so, but it is done for the reason of, again, just transparency and documenting that moment in history as far as whether or not, as to whether or not there's any problems as far as the execution itself, what a person's last words are. And so it is an extraordinarily just powerful assignment and difficult one as well. Look, there is no silver lining, Amelia. There's no silver lining to this, but if there's something that is even remotely close to silver lining, it's that there is not going to be a lengthy appeals process. Other commenters have brought this up. Had it been the death penalty, while there would have been a more positive reaction from, I think, the victim's parents and family members, it is not. There's still a lot of courtroom proceedings that would have had to have taken place in the aftermath of that, and so there's going to be far less publicity for the Parkland school shooter from here on out with this outcome, rather than had it been, the death penalty decision by the jury, because then there would have been an appeals process. There would have been the sentencing, of course, where the judge would have had to have confirmed that recommendation or not. And so there's just, there is now less of in a way, we have now this convicted person who kind of goes away and we don't hear from it much in the future. And that's just the reality of it versus, again, a situation where we do have the death penalty, where there's going to be appeal after appeal after appeal and headline after headline after headline. It's just an interesting sort of byproduct of the difference in outcomes that we have in this case. We will go to 3 o'clock. We'll go to the top of the hour, and then that's probably it. I'm trying to answer as many questions as possible here. Let's go back over to Facebook Live, and we'll take this one from Holly. Oh, it's underneath our YouTube comment. See that? Holly says, #HeyJB from Louisiana. We see praying for the victims' families and loved ones. We love our distant Florida neighbors here in Louisiana. So, yeah, prayers coming in all over. And we appreciate that, Holly. Thank you. As far as the prayers coming in from other states, it's not for me. I'm not saying thank you for me. I'm just saying thank you for, again, there being some very kind words in our comment section, as I would expect from our commenters here on WFLA Now. Yeah, I think that, well, Roz, I don't know how people are going to react to this comment, but I'll read it because, Roz says, it's very sad all the way around. No one wins. Thoughts are with the families. I understand what you're saying as far as no one wins, but that's one that's subjective and based on your opinion. Because there were 2 outcomes for the Parkland school shooter today. There was one that allowed him to live and one that didn't. And so it was the one that allowed him to live. And so it just depends on how people, interpret it. I understand what you're saying, that while he is allowed to live, he has a very, he's got a very, very difficult road ahead as far as the remainder of his life, and he'll never see the light of day ever again outside of a state prison cell. However, that is a very objective thing that you bring up, and that is your opinion, and that's why we bring up these opinions here on WFLA Now, and I thank you for sharing it. I thank you for sharing it. Again, Sleeping Beauty, I don't comment on comments where my opinion is reflected. I only comment and provide context for the information that we provide. While we do report on different scenarios, different, contextual subject matter in relation to the facts that we present you with, I don't give you my opinion. My opinion is mine. And it's not about my opinion. It's about your opinion, and I appreciate that. But yeah, look, as far as the gun control conversation in this country, I don't think that the families of the Parkland victims are going to rest. Fred Guttenberg is one in particular who has been very outspoken against, the current gun laws in this country. And I would imagine very much so that he is going to continue to advocate for stricter gun laws in this country. And I can't help but wonder if this moment in time, as difficult and as tragic and as awful as it is for those families in particular, I wonder if this is going for them to serve as a rallying cry to try and in their opinion change this country for the better as far as the gun control laws in this country. Peacock is, I think, responding to our other commenter, hashtag AJB. To be alive and to live are two different things. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday, David. In Florida, it's either, David is commenting if someone does get the death penalty, does that inmate choose the way of death? And again, it's by lethal injection or the electric chair. And I think that there is a petition process for one or the other, but what that looks like, I'm not entirely sure. And I can't remember a single case where somebody opted for the electric chair over lethal injection. It's a very grim subject matter, and it's difficult to talk about. But I think that most people would say that if that is an ultimatum, and the ultimate ultimatum, if you will, that one of those sounds less painful, gruesome, and violent than the other one does. I think it's safe to say. Just want to give a shout out to a commenter who just joined. Pepper says just joined. Thoroughly disgusted is what Pepper says. And we have animated a lot of comments on screen, people very supportive of this decision because they just don't believe in the death penalty. It doesn't matter how many people you kill, that they just don't believe in the death penalty. I mean, look, there have been people who have been responsible for carrying out the deaths of more. I'm talking about, like, look, I'm like 9/11 is an example of somebody who, as far as a person being the architect behind a historically high mass casualty event. Of course, we're talking about 9/11, which was an astronomical high death count. But, there are people that even in that case who would say, look, I don't believe in the death penalty. That is, we live in the United States where you have a right to an opinion and you have a right for your voice to be heard and you can have your own beliefs. And there are just people that unilaterally across the board, they're not going to budge. They don't believe in the death penalty. But I will say this, if you are one of those people, you shouldn't serve as a jury in a death penalty case, period. That's how it should work. Oh, Grady's speaking. Thank you to Patty. Hold on a second. Let's listen to this really quickly. Touchscreen. Hold on. Stand by.
A safe county to live in.
How are schools safer now?
Schools have always been safe. They're even safer than they've ever been. Because of horrible shootings around the country, even prior to the Marjory Stoneman Douglas law, here in Polk County, our school system, we have all worked together with our colleagues from the police departments, and certainly as the sheriff's office, I am contracted to be in charge of safe schools for our school district. We were working on safety and security systems even before Marjory Stoneman Douglas occurred. But now we have better systems, better processes, better follow-up on students that say things that could appear to be violent or dangerous. So we never say never. And I always tell folks, anytime I give my Marjory Stoneman Douglas presentation, if you could have an active shooter in a one-room wooden school, Amish school, in the countryside of Pennsylvania, you can have an active shooter any place. But I can tell you the probabilities have been reduced by the security measures that's been put in place, not only in our school district, but now throughout the state of Florida. Is there improvements to be made? Yes. Are there still folks that are not doing what they should? Yes. But as a system, we see systemic improvements all over this state in the school systems and the cooperation between law enforcement and our schools and our community. But I underscore, I don't have enough angry words to say about the Broward school system. They resisted. They resisted. Let me say that one more time. They resisted all of the laws and all of the systems and processes that the Marjory Stoneman Douglas law was created to protect our students the most of any county in the state of Florida. And that's where the children were killed. Your child was not in that school, in that location, to be massacred like so many children were. And then understand that, will your child get justice in Broward County? I saw the headlines and the presentations. You know, I could talk about this like forever, and you're going to get tired of it in a minute. Oh, but he had this mental health issue. Well, when's the last time you've seen a sane, normal human being do an active shooter event? Never. They all have a hitch in their giddy up. All of them have issues, and he was no different. But they bought into all that baloney as opposed to sentencing him to the death penalty times every person that was murdered. That was their decision. They've got to live with it. Okay?
Sure, do you think a verdict like that would not deter someone from doing something like that in the future? Like if you got the death penalty, maybe it scares people off from doing it?
No, I don't think the verdict one way or the other scares people off, because people that are that deranged and that fanatical don't pay any attention to that. That is only the appropriate penalty for the conduct he carried out. Okay? Anything else? Excuse me? We're going to play that later. We do have, I think, is there a was there a short clip?
We don't have it queued up, but we're going to send it directly.
You're going to send it. They're going to send it to you. Okay. All right. Thank y'all very much. Have a good day. We'll see you the next time somebody does something real stupid. All right.